I thought I timed it right. Damn it! We're off to a doggone bad start. Welcome. We are live streaming. We, as in me and you, alone on this dirt road. Just chilling on a dirt road in my van in Utah, possibly. Not sure where this is. Welcome. So we have a lot to talk about. This is going to be a doozy. I have a feeling this might be a controversial episode. So welcome. Buckle on up, as they say on the old dirt road of America. I'm sure there's travel van lifers out there in other countries as well. So if you are watching live from your van, congratulations, you are living the dream, apparently. No, it looks pretty cool. This looks pretty awesome to be able to see in person. I have not been to Utah ever, so. And this might be fucking, I don't know, Georgia for all I know. No, it's not, I don't think. But it could be. Welcome. Okay, so as you may have seen from my post yesterday about this upcoming stream, it's confusing people, it's controversial, it's interesting, it's nuanced. I have a lot of feelings. I have a feeling that my take on this is going to be a little different perhaps than the mainstream take, and that's okay, because we're all here to learn and to explore new ideas, right? And I want to say right off the bat, the thing we're going to talk about today is specifically one influencer. We're going to really dive deep into her story, but I've seen this expand already out to other influencers, into other situations. So I think it's important to keep in mind that when a person is kind of stepping up on a platform and saying, this is my stance on something, it's not just them on an island. Same thing with people like me, anti-MLM people, creators, whatever. You step up, you say, okay, I'm gonna, make a stand here, talk about my thing. It encourages other people to do the same. So we're gonna talk about it from that lens too, where it's not just, is this one influencer's take correct because it's her? Is her take correct also because it's going to influence, hence the word influence, other people to act the same way, and they might not have the same ethics as you do. So I think that's important to keep in mind. So that's my disclaimer at the top. I again also, and there's a lot of trigger warning things at the top too with the video that we're going to watch. We're going to watch it in full. I will say I've watched already. There's a couple times where there's fairly graphic description of unaliving yourself, and ideation, so warning there. And I will say it's graphic in the sense of she describes like a gun, like that's the point, like where we're talking today. So keep that in mind, protect your mental health first. And unfortunately, in a weird twist of events, if you have tried to go down to Reddit in the last 3 hours, apparently, it's been down. So there will be no involvement of Reddit in this live stream, unfortunately, because it is down. I can't even get to the Jenelle Evans stuff because I couldn't pull the clip fast enough from Reddit. So we'll have to, maybe if it's up by the end of the stream, I can show that part. But she's just another example of how I think influencers are trying to strike back. Influencers strike back. And then we'll watch a video too about a anti-scammer YouTuber who got doxxed and sort of the backlash from that. Someone who's sort of in my position, who's trying to call out, unfair practices and scams and that sort of thing. And the scammers actually apparently allegedly came for her. So we'll talk about that too, because I think that's a real concern with all this stuff. So, okay. And that's my disclosure. That's my disclaimer. And that's my truth, everybody. Okay. So let me open the stream too, so I can see anyone who's a member that has a message, I can see it. Because that's the only issue when it comes to streaming on this service. Okay. So you might not know what the hell I'm talking about. And if you don't, that's okay. We're gonna catch you all up. Okay, so here I am chilling on a dirt road, as I said. Okay, this is a creator and an influencer I had never heard of in my life. Her name is Brianna Madia. I don't even know her name fully because I'm so out of touch with this type of influencing that I would have no idea. But I have gotten, and I think it's sort of helpful that I'm coming in super late to the game with this person because I don't have any knowledge other than what basically everyone that's sort of jumped on board now has. But I think that's important to keep an open mind, an unbiased mind as much as possible. Now, obviously, I have some biases given where I come from, where I'm at on YouTube, as a creator and as someone who's sort of against a certain level of influencing to begin with. So obviously keep that in mind as I make judgments. But basically, she's a van life style, outdoorsy influencer. From what I understand, she wrote a book. It's a New York Times best-selling book about her journey out on the road with her dogs. I don't know why I became like German all of a sudden. On the road. Or North Dakotian. She was on the road. And this is the book. And basically it's like her and her dogs, her van, her experiences. Didn't read the book. Will most likely not read the book ever in my life. But there it is. If you're interested, it is part of this whole thing. Welcome, Heather Hope. Welcome. And so, okay. Here's another picture of her. She has a public facing account. I am following her, but she has a public account. It's not private. It didn't have to be accepted. She's got a blue check mark next to her name. Now, all of that's important in my opinion, because I do think if you have a public profile like this, she has over 322,000 followers. Thank you, Josephine Henry. Thank you. Josephine Henry says, sunglasses perpetually fall onto video game controllers' proud face, says Henry. Okay, I like it. Oh, I'm looking at it. It's funny. Welcome. Okay, and for that I say,
you look like a Lord of the Rings elf.
And I mean that in the nicest way possible. Also, please don't post my address because I said that. Also,
I love selling stuff online.
Our boy Jay Shetty.
You're not freaking fine.
No one's freaking fine on today's episode. Thank you, Josephine Henry. I appreciate that so much. Okay, so how I came across this account is because someone sent it to me. Forgive me. I do not remember who sent it to me, but somebody did. And basically, this has been a long journey for us to get here. There's been, I guess, a couple years of a Reddit thread being made, a pretty significant event happening that made people look twice at this influencer in a less than positive way. We will get to that. But her decision after kind of going through like a cancellation online was to publicly out the people who have been talking negatively about her online. There's like 200 plus people she claims that she's going to release the names of in some sort of, I don't know, theatrical experience. She's going to take a stand, she's going to make content out of it, and she's going to expose these people for the trolls and haters that they are. My opinion on that is that the best thing to do? That's my first question. My answer off the top of my head is no, especially because her life being so critically critiqued on Reddit, and I'm assuming through her comments, and as we're going to talk about soon, involving sponsorships and Airbnb rentals, she's sort of saying, this has been really hard for me in my life. I've struggled to the point of, I was going to do something to end my life. So I'm going to now do it to you in a certain way. Now, she's not going as far as to call their bosses, I guess. I'm hoping not. But even publishing their name and kind of putting it out to the public to say, do what you will with this information, I think is pretty bad. And it's not a good thing. It's pretty bad. It's not a good thing. I'm being careful here with my words. I just think it's pretty fucked up to do. Now, do I think the Redditors and the people online are completely, scot-free off the hook? No, of course not. I've had a lot of guilt about things I've said on Reddit and ways I've behaved on Reddit. However, I think that it is okay and fair and very integral to our human existence to be allowed to express negative opinions about people, about things, about everything, places, whatever. I think it's very important that we're allowed to share it. I think, and I've come to this sort of over time, I think the line for me is comments and DMs. If you are someone who wants to make a mean comment about something, if you do it in a comment on someone's page, or if you do it in their DMs, like the creator's DMs, I have less sympathy, much less sympathy than if you just do it on Reddit or make a YouTube video about it, because you're not forcing that person to look at the content. So that's where I stand. I think everyone in the world is going to have an opinion about something. Not everyone's going to share it, but if you do, share it in the least harmful way possible. And I think it's important to share it, because if you keep it inside, it's not necessarily doing anyone any good, especially your emotional health. So thank you, everybody. Let's see who else. Harper and the Sunshine Gang, thank you. Harper and the Sunshine Gang says, hey, joined last month and love every minute of it. Oh, thank you. Well, we've loved every minute of you being here as well. And for that, I say...
the mango frequency.
The mango frequency. Also, before we get started here, because this is a little bit of a heavy video we're about to watch, let's do it clear.
Clear.
Okay, yes, and I see some of the comments. I am all about free speech. I am I don't know where I necessarily land on the political spectrum anymore, because it's changing every day. But I will say, no matter what, I come from a journalism background, you do not want to limit speech. That is like the biggest thing that you do not want to support, I think, as someone who supports freedom in this world and supports the truth. Because you might think like, well, something's hateful, so you don't want to say that. Okay, but my version of hateful is very different than your version of hateful. And if you start labeling hate words, hate things, hate, discussions, the times when the tides turn and the next political party is in office, you might not be able to discuss your health care as a woman. That is an option. Like they say, oh, that's hateful. You can't talk about it. You can't talk about, things. And I just fear that if we start to police people speaking out online and an anonymous message board, and we start threatening their life and their livelihood because of their words, it's just, where does it end? It's a very slippery slope. So my theory is reduce harm, but still express yourself and your individuality. Now that's where I'm coming from. I'm not saying everyone has to agree with me. Okay, so let's just start. So basically, she's a van life influencer. She wrote a book. She's got sponsorships with different companies that would relate to that. Here's some of her content. Okay, she's going on a chairlift. She's looking at tornadoes. She's posing naked at, parks. She's got her dogs. This is her van. This is all I really know. I don't know who this guy is. I have the very low level of who this person is. That's really cool. Oh, don't touch it. Okay. That's her content. So if you like this type of stuff, if you buy if you go to REI a lot, you'll probably like this influencer, or in the past. Okay, but let's hear from her, where she's coming from. Her video on YouTube, let me move myself. It's called, I Found the Identities of 200 plus cyber bullies. Okay. Now, again, cyber bully, that is a very vague term that I think has been used as a blanket term for any criticism. I made a comment earlier about when I posted I was going to do this stream. I said, all the haters, and I put them in quotes, talking about her haters. And I put them in quotes because someone asked, and I said, well, haters has become meaningless to me. It's like saying, I don't know, losers. Like, okay, what constitutes a loser anymore? It could be someone who lost $1 million, or it could be someone who's never made a cent in their life. Like, you know, it's up to your interpretation. I think haters as well. Someone who creates a product, and I think influencers, their life story, what they share is their product, whether you want to agree with that or not. If you're an influencer, that's how I perceive that industry. So if you're presenting a product to the public, you have to accept some criticism. Otherwise, it's not going to work in the market. And if it does, turn your comments off then, you know? Like, if you really cannot handle any sort of feedback at all and you still want to pursue being an influencer, private your account, turn your comments off. That's 2 steps before we get to this place where doxing the haters is the last resort, is another thing I wanted to say before we even get started. I will also say that I believe from watching this video, I don't like her much. I'm not digging her, not her style, like her clothes and stuff, but her delivery, the way that she is kind of flippant about what's happening and very aggressive and very, what's the word? It's almost like everyone in the world is against her and she has done nothing wrong, essentially, is how I'm sort of reading the story, because everything has an excuse. I'm not saying that I'm right and she's wrong. I don't know her enough, but the vibe of it, I'm not loving. So I feel like I might be a little bit biased against her as well, because I think this whole thing is a little over the top. So I will say that as well as like a secondary, that's my bias coming into this too. Okay, so she's going to explain some of the story and we'll talk about it when we get there, but basically there's a big event, and I consider this similar to like Rachel Hollis's Toiletgate. And Toiletgate, if you're not familiar with who Rachel Hollis is, she's a self-help writer and influencer. I've talked about it a million times on this channel. And she had this one incident. Thank you, Blaze Goddess. She had this instance where basically she went on TikTok and made this, you know, whole thing. I have clips of it here where she basically said like, I have a lady who cleans my toilets twice a week. And, you know, I wake up early in the morning at 5 a.m. because I don't want to be relatable to anyone. That's a horrible retelling of the story. If you want to watch like she actually said, there's like a million videos on my channel. But anyways, that was like the turning point of her career, basically. It's like when all the mask fell off, when her positive personality was really kind of like, oh, it's all an act type of thing. And her career sort of has never quite recovered from that moment. I think for Brianna, that event was when her dog was hit by a car. Okay. Her friend, I guess, set up a GoFundMe for her to collect money for the dog being hit by a car, and she collected over $100,000. Now that's the story from what I understand. Then it turns out, so that was, everyone was, you know, that nothing's wrong here, everything's normal. Then it comes out, I'm not sure how it came out. That's an interesting part that I would like to know, but it was revealed that her husband was the one driving the car and hit the dog, which is a different narrative than my dog was hit by a car. If someone in your family was killed, right, and you said, I'm raising money because my family member was killed, and then it turns out you pulled the trigger on them, I think that changes the narrative a little bit. And I know that's an extreme example, but that's the betrayal that I think a lot of people felt after donating money and thinking like, oh my God, some random horrible person, stranger on the road, hit this dog and took off, and let's help this woman and her dog. But it turns out the story was much more self-inflicted and people were upset. And then because of that, and this is how a lot of things happen in internet culture, it's like one thing, you start to go, well, what else is there? If she could lie about this, what else could there be? And I think maybe that's what happened, and the Reddit group formed. Now that's my prediction. Don't know how it actually happened. It might have started way before, way after, I don't know. But that would be, I think, a pretty reasonable reason to gather together and talk about someone who did something like that. In my humble opinion. Don't cancel me. Okay. Or you can. I don't know. Let's hear from Brianna. She's going to explain it again. Trigger warning to the maximum degree. She talks about a lot of stuff in here that's very raw and very triggering. So beware. Here we go.
So this is going to be a video about my personal experience with online bullying and stalking and defamation. And I do want to give a heads up that suicide does come up in this video, so just a warning. It's extremely difficult for me to talk about this, but I'm doing so for two reasons. One, I don't want anyone who's being victimized online to feel as alone as I have felt for the last 2.5 years, almost 3 years. And two, I want anyone who participates in these kinds of online hate campaigns to listen to me very carefully. If you think you are anonymous, if you think you are invincible, if you think that you won't ever be found and asked to defend the things you've said and done, you are sorely, sorely mistaken. Now,
okay, so right off the bat, we're coming in hot. Okay. So again, we have to define these terms, and she doesn't quite define them. And I felt very let down and disappointed by how her definition of hate campaign, like what is a hate campaign? Is it me saying, I hate your book? Is that a hate campaign? Or is that me giving my opinion about a product that you've produced? Like, is it hurtful? Of course, no one's denying that, but I'm willing to take the responsibility of being a hurtful person because I feel like that's what you signed up for. And it's my, as a customer, it's my right to give feedback if you're asking for it, which if your comments are on and you're an influencer, you are, right? Like, again, the world cannot function fully on positivity. It won't work. So you gotta, I don't know, like it's a very weird scenario. Because on one hand, I understand not wanting to see bad things written about you. But on the other hand, it's like, well, what do you expect? The world just to like every single thing about you? Like everyone has opinions. So it's like, well, keep it to yourself. It's like, yeah, but have you been on the internet before? I don't know. I just think this is like, she's trying to change the world as opposed to changing her internal actions and behaviors. And it's like, that's a huge task. And then you're bringing a bunch of people down with you. It's like, ooh, I don't know. It's not the best way.
I would also be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that this story sounds like something out of a shitty tabloid magazine or a Lifetime movie. It is so bizarre and so complicated, in fact, that the idea of even retelling it in its entirety has been arguably one of the most daunting things about this entire process. I felt like people wouldn't believe me. But everything you're about to hear and see really happened.
Okay, also, she's told this story, like she's told it in this video, and she's been posting on her stories on Instagram since I followed her from this aftermath, which was like this week. And, Kelsey was the one who sent this to me. Thank you, Kelsey. I forgot to say that. That's who sent it to me. Thank you. What was I gonna say? She's talked about it a million times. Like first of all, I recorded it because, that stories will go away. Sorry. Stories will go away if I don't. But she was driving in the van, talking about this, whole thing. She talks about it today on her stories. It's like, it sounds like you really want to talk about this. Like you really want to talk about it. Like, I hate that. Like, this is very hard for me to talk about. Like, I'm sure it is to a point, but you are not shy about sharing this publicly as an influencer to everyone and resharing all the people who are supporting you. So again, the world does not revolve around you. The world is not supposed to be only positive for you to be in it, and everyone else can. She's like basically saying everyone else deserves to have negativity. All my haters deserve the negativity they may receive, but me, I don't deserve any of it. And I just find that to be unfair and unrealistic, personally. Also, thank you to Blaze Goddess. I didn't read your comment. I'm sorry. Blaze Goddess says 420 PST. Blaze up, fam. Also, hello. Blaze up, fam. I say to that.
I'm a big time hippie and I'm very woo woo.
That's sort of Blaze. Blaze related. I didn't see who said anything, so I'm very sorry. I missed whoever did something. Okay, back to it.
So I guess we start at the beginning. I have talked this to death by now, but in case there's anyone watching who doesn't know this, my dog Dagwood was hit by a car in October 2018, and a friend of mine started a GoFundMe for us in the hopes of saving his life, and it did. The detail that I didn't mention at the time was that my ex-husband was the one driving the car that hit him. In July.
That's a fairly big detail, okay? That is a huge detail that you just, at the time, I didn't mention it. It's like, again, like my family member died. I didn't mention that I killed them. Like, okay, that changes the narrative a lot.
July of 2020, I finally publicly came out with that detail, and I tried.
Okay, so I'm going to stop it a lot because she shows screenshots, and this is the disappointing part to me because I was promised all this hot piping tea to prove that these haters are so horrible, and I was let down. Like, I'm like, where is the juicy goss? But okay, here's the first one. So I'm assuming someone found out. I don't know that. She's making it seem like she decided out of the kindness of her heart to come out with this detail. I'm going to assume that someone found out about it and she wanted to address it in some way. But here it says, I should have, of course it's the notes app, so we know we're going to get a very heartfelt message here. I should have stopped it. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the whole truth either, and I should have stopped it. But it was working. The money was keeping him alive. He was getting better. He was surviving. He was beating every odd. And then I tried to stop the GoFundMe. I tried to shut it down 3 different times, but the phone lines at the hospital were flooded with people wanting to give their credit cards over the phone, and the vets begged us to turn it back on. Huh? What are you talking about? I cannot take responsibility. Like, I should have stopped it, but it was my dog's life on the line. Okay, you should have come out with the truth in the first place. But okay, but then you tried to shut it down, but the vets forced you to turn it back on? I don't know what universe this is in. Is this a Utah thing? Like, what's going on? And this is from, what date is this? She said it, 2020 maybe?
In the car that hit him.
Let's hear it again.
In July of 2020, I finally...
Okay, July of 2020. Okay, so each time we did, and for every day that Dagwood got better, I died a little inside. I felt like a monster. The shame swallowed both Keith and I'd be lying if I said we ever came back out of it. So the real victim here is her and her husband, the ones who hit the dog and then lied about it and took money from people without telling them the truth. So the true victims are the shame and, regret that they have. I'll go back to my murder scenario. My family member was killed 2 months later. I pulled the trigger on them, but the real victim is me because I have so much regret about it. It's like, okay, interesting.
Publicly came out with that detail, and I tried as best as I could to explain why I was so scared.
Okay, another slide. I had a lot of opportunities to tell the whole truth, and I didn't. Okay, that seems like a good, honest disclosure. Thank you for that. Mostly because I was terrified. Okay, well, I was terrified that people would think I didn't love my dog because I love that dog more than anything. I was terrified that somehow people would find even worse things to say to me than I was already saying to myself. But mostly I was terrified that I wouldn't be able to save him if I told the truth, that our terrible mistake would overshadow the love you all so selflessly showed to a dog who deserved better than us. Okay, it seems a little bit better. Like, this is a little bit more apologetic than the first slide, for sure. But I don't know. I still feel like it's to make herself feel and look like I've already punished myself more than you could ever punish me. It's like, give people their money back, maybe. I don't expect forgiveness. I'd be lying if I said I've forgiven myself. It's like, okay, that's between you and you, you know? But I don't want to have nightmares anymore. I don't want you believing I am someone I'm not. Okay?
To tell the truth at the time. And of course, offered refund.
Okay, this one's cut off halfway, but it says, I am so terribly sorry if you feel deceived, lied to, cheated, misled. I'm working on creating a sort of claim system where I can repay donations if you feel you would like yours reimbursed. I'm going to take a step back from the internet for a bit because I'm absolutely paralyzed with fear of how this is going to be received. So please just be patient with me on that part. Dagwood is alive because of you all. I fear I won't be if I don't forgive myself. Okay, so she's setting it up here, and we're, again, trigger warning again. She's going to talk about suicide in a very blatant, blunt way fairly shortly. She's already setting it up that it feels this way. Now, I think it's important. I don't think we should downplay how serious that is and how important that is to respect people and to not push them into this. However, in this case, I'm sorry to say it, it's been used so many times, and she uses it a lot in this video as the reason why it's okay to expose these haters because she has these feelings. Again, that is between you and you, and we can sit here all day and judge what the people said and say, oh, that's horrible, they should feel bad about that. But I do not think it justifies like taking their identities and making them public for other people to do whatever they want with it, like harass them, stalk them, all the things that you're saying kept you up at night, made you feel this way. I just don't like that being used as such a hard-handed excuse. And I'm sorry to say that, but it comes up later in the video several times where it just feels wrong. Let's continue.
To anyone who requested one. Shortly after, I was made aware that there was a subreddit called snark, where people go to complain.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I was a member of snark. Okay, so I don't know who this person is. Never saw her blog, never saw that thread. But snark was historically, at least in the Hollis section that I was, interested in, would shut down any sort of negativity whatsoever. That's why the other Hollis Reddit thread started, because people couldn't even understand what the conversation was because there were so many deletions. So the fact that snark is even in here, it's like they were so on top of it. Like you couldn't say anything in snark. So sorry.
About Instagram influencers and internet personalities. But in the wake of my admission about Dag's accident, some folks decided that I deserved my own thread. So
I think that's fair.
Immediately, this thread was taken down. This was June or July of 2020, because it had been flagged so many times for causing suicidal ideation to the subject being targeted, me. Even the moderators of the
Okay. So I'm assuming she was the one sending like let's shut this down. And fine, like that's her right to flag the account and say it. So I have nothing to say about that. But again, like, I don't know. I'm not even gonna say it. Okay, this is what it says. And then they've used the Reddit usernames, no blurring, which, okay, fine. It says, no, we are entitled to discuss a public figure on the internet. Okay, that could have been me. That's something I say fairly often. Like, you are a public figure. You should be allowed to discuss. Now, if I walk into your living room and I'm taking notes and texting my friends about what you're doing in your couch, in your bedroom, and I'm looking from the outside the door, yes, that's not okay. But if you're posting a post and then I have a comment about it and I want to talk about it on Reddit, what can you possibly have a problem with? Like, that is fair. I don't understand why people are like, this is not okay. It's like, I think it's fine. But again, like maybe my mind will change by the second watching of this. Let's see. I don't think so, but we'll see. Allison Wonderland 66, thank you, says, it's like this woman has never met the internet. Yeah. And it's like, if you really have so many problems with this, and it's totally within your right, again, to have issues with the internet, it's not for everybody, basically. You got to get off. You got to get off. You got to get a new career. And I thought about this, and I was talking to Stephen earlier about it. And I said, it's almost like a model who has like problems with an eating disorder and has like struggled with it for years, but says, I have to remain in the modeling industry. It's like, at a certain point, you need to take responsibility and do what's best for yourself, or don't complain. Sorry, I know it's harsh, but that's how I feel. Okay. So then someone says, no, we are entitled to discuss a public figure on the internet. And then says, none of us are entitled to anything. I suspect the most vocal of Brianna's detractors are driven by something uglier than disappointment. Okay, and like, so what? Like, driven by what? Like jealousy? Okay, but that you should also be able to express your jealousy on the internet in a Reddit thread, I think. I think there's certain lines that you can't cross. This so far has not crossed the line for me. Okay, and something was deleted, and it says, just because we're entitled to doesn't mean we should. Okay, great, thank you for your opinion. I draw the line when when said public figure publicly announces they're having suicidal thoughts. Fair enough. So that's 4 different opinions right there, right? Everyone's entitled to it. I don't know what more to say about it.
Main blog snark page publicly acknowledged that they thought that this particular thread about me was going too far. Everyone knew why it was taken down. And in response to that, 2 women started a separate subreddit dedicated to me called Madia Snark. I couldn't.
And I don't know if I'm like too caught up with like Reddit. I'm like, yeah, and again, like, yeah, and like that's. Have you ever been to Hilaria Baldwin Snark? There's like a million people on there. Like, this is small potatoes, like comparatively. And I know when you're living in it, it doesn't feel like that. And I understand and I empathize with her on that. But from the other side of it, it's like, oh yeah, like that's what happens. I feel like the information's being delivered like, can you believe these people made a snark page about me? It's like, yeah, well, you ran over your dog and lied about it. So that's sort of the types of things that get pages started. Anyways, okay, so this is what it says. Hey everyone, since we're no longer welcome at Blog Snark, I've made a separate sub for discussing Brianna. I just wanted to go through some of the reasoning for this decision and my hope for this community going forward. The Blog Snark thread was removed for causing suicidal ideation. My thoughts are that if the existence of negative criticism on the internet is causing someone's suicidal ideation, then it's their responsibility to not read or engage with it. I mean, I'm on this team so far. I'm on board with this as well. And there is a line in which I think has been crossed here. It's not here right now. If you are a public figure, you have to accept that you cannot control everything said about you on the internet. Amen. It's not healthy behavior to literally erase every criticism of yourself from existence, and it's not healthy to enable someone to do that. I agree. I've created this sub so people can express their feelings without having to involve her. Thank you. Whoever this person is. I think you're very rational at this stage, at least. I don't know what happens next, but this sounds like something I would write. It's possible that her or her friends will attempt to join or find out what is said here. That is on them. 100%. Everyone's got a right to do whatever they want to do. But when you try to like repress someone else's behaviors, that's when I don't like it.
I didn't even begin to try to understand the mindset of people who do things like this, but here's my best guess.
The mindset is that we're pissed off, we're annoyed that people lie on the internet and get rewarded for it through money and sponsorships and followers and adoration. And the truth is that half these people who are out here lie, manipulate their pictures, do things that are unethical, put down complete classes of people. They get away with it and people are pissed about it. They don't want to cause that actual person harm, but they are annoyed and frustrated and want to vent their feelings. That's how I feel, at least. But then let's hear her side. Let's hear her take.
I think this group of people were waiting on bated breath for the truth about Dagwood's accident to come out because they were anticipating that the whole world was going to turn on me, that everything was going to be over for me, that I was going to be totally wiped from the face of the earth. But that didn't happen. 99.99% of you were arguably more supportive, so forgiving, like just blew me away with how kind everybody was. And while
Okay, so why are you spending your time dealing with this then? If 99.9% of people were supportive and happy for you, it seems like just a weird choice you're making here.
everybody would be fully entitled, I would never release the names of people just for asking for their money back. That is totally within their right. Of course, that's why I offered it. But of the over 7,000 individual donations, there were 6 people who asked for their money back, which I promptly and privately gave them. All anyone had to do was send their GoFundMe email receipt and either a Venmo or a PayPal to my email address, and I would send reimbursement. Now, this infuriated the people on this thread because they suddenly had no more ammunition, right? Like this was supposed to be the thing, the big reveal that was gonna take me down. And when
See, that's why I think they knew already, the way she said that, like they were waiting for it to come out. So I don't think it sounds like based on this, that she would have ever come out with this information if someone hadn't figured it out, put the dots together somehow. So it seems like the Reddit thread may have been a reason as to why this even came to the light of day at all. Now, I think that is sort of the point of it all. It's like to not be manipulated by influencers. You have to find a group of people to look at the facts sometimes and look at posts and dates, and does that match up? And then the truth sometimes comes out. It's all public knowledge, public information for the most part that can be deciphered. And whose fault is that? Blame the government then. Go and make a bill to protect, police reports or whatever. I don't know how they found out, but that's not their fault for invoking their rights. But okay, I understand. But here we go.
when it didn't, they became obsessed with trying to find other ways to do it. So it started with faceless, nameless accounts, as so many things on the internet do. They would leave comments on my photos saying that they had asked me for.
Okay, so she's got a problem with the anonymousness of comments. Fair enough. I've said already a lot of things. I obviously am a face. I don't want to share my address, I'm sorry, or my phone number publicly, so don't come to my house, please. I would like my safety and protection. But I guess the anonymousness of it bothers her, which I don't know why, but okay. So here's a comment. It says, sweet and sentimental, huh? However, I requested my money back long ago and still you have yet to return it, ? I have asked several times for you to be extremely rude to me via private message. I will try this as I have before. Okay. I'm not hearing the hate or something that's crossed into cyberbullying yet.
For a refund, and I had refused. This is categorically false, as I have well-documented records and screenshots of every refund requested and every dime refunded.
We have to just trust her word on that because there's no public-facing way we would know any different. So she said, like, out of the 7,000 donations, 6 people asked for their money back. So she's sharing someone's, like, thankfully she, kindly blurred or whatever, $20 and put this guy's JP Morgan information. I mean, it's only the end digits, but still. And I love it that it's like type of transaction, friends and social. Wouldn't that be a business thing? Shouldn't you have the business one on? But I guess you don't want to be charged the fees. But these aren't your friends. These are haters on the internet, I thought.
Regardless, each time.
Okay, so that was 1. So this is 2 for $10. So she refunded $30 so far. Okay, out of what I heard was a $100,000 collection.
I responded the same way.
Okay, that's $30 refunded that I've seen receipts for.
Please send your GoFundMe receipt to briannamadia@gmail.com and we'll get it settled. No email ever came because this person did not donate. They just wanted to make sure that
Okay, how does she know that? How does she know that though? Like, how is she so confident that that person didn't donate? I don't know. Out of 7,000 people, you know exactly every single person's thing. It's like, okay, maybe, but this isn't proving it to me yet. Sorry. Okay, I know I'm being critical. And this is on Reddit. No, she hasn't. And I'm one of them whose request has gone unfulfilled and blocked. And then someone says, how much did you donate? If you are comfortable sharing, more or less than $15? I think I donated like 20. I worked with Kaylin at the time it happened and wanted to be nice. My mistake. Again, what is wrong with that? I don't understand. That sounds like someone who is being honest to me. Maybe they're not, but why would they write it on Reddit for just fun? I don't get it.
Publicly as they could continue making people believe I was still doing something wrong.
It's on a Reddit thread, a Reddit subreddit. Like, how is that? It's not like they're making a fucking Super Bowl commercial about it. I don't know what she's after here. Okay. And then it says, I must also point out that their other conspiracy theory is that I made off with $60,000 from Dag's GoFundMe because this anonymous person posing as a veterinarian said that she guessed around 40,000. Okay, so she raised 100,000, right? What dog surgery has ever, in the history of the world, cost $100,000? And we're about to see dog bill receipts. Those don't add up to $100,000. So this person's giving an estimate on Reddit. Again, I'm not seeing the bullying here. And it says, okay, this person's got a dog-related Reddit name. It says, I would guess around 40,000. PT and any corrective revision surgeries, not sure if he had any of these, would probably amount to several more thousand. EDTA, it was known there was more, I don't know what EDTA is. It was known there was more in the GFM, GoFundMe, than the vet bills amounted to. I think that's fair to say. I think that's fair to say $100,000 would be a steep price for a dog surgery, even if the dog got very hurt and had to have follow-up care. I think it's still high. I think 40,000 sounds reasonable to me. Okay. Here's another one from somebody, $20. Okay, so again, we're up to $50 refunded. Okay, she posted that again. Okay. All right, so she's now gonna out her vet. They're not safe either. Here's the vet. Which is okay, and this is her post, which is just so interesting to me, given that Dagwood had been in the ER for less than 48 hours and had not yet had a single one of his 6 surgeries, and we were already out $15,000. He went on to stay there for another 28 days, but please do tell more about how cheap you think this all was. Okay, it says the date is the 10/14/2018. So this is 2 years later. I didn't realize the timeline until right now. So she kept a hold of the secret for 2 years. Oh, it was just eating her alive for 2 years? Oh my God. I had a little sympathy. I have less sympathy the second time watching this. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, it says $5,000, right, is the price on this one. And then on the 15th, it was an additional $10,000. Okay, that's still not $100,000. I don't know if the math is not adding up to 100,000. That is $15,000. So we got a lot more to go. Okay. Another Instagram post looks like, but this idea that I've somehow bought property, it's used, bitch. Jeep, a trailer, and expensive clothes with that remaining $60,000 from 4 years ago, this is an outright lie. And frankly, make-believe, because what economy are y'all living in that you think that would even be possible? So where did the money go? Show the other $60,000, show the other, actually, we're missing everything but $15,000. Show those receipts, because the money, where is the money? I'm not satisfied with this explanation thus far. And then someone on Reddit says, so 100,000 plus minus 40,000 for Dagwood's original bill, minus a few thousand for some follow-up surgeries, minus a down payment on some property and a building loan, minus a new Jeep, minus a trailer, minus $1,000 hat, minus $300 boots. Yep, that math adds up correctly. Again, I'm not seeing the outright hate and disgust and vileness that was promised thus far in this video. It's like people saying like, we want accountability. Personally.
And so when that plot didn't wipe me from the face of the earth as they were so hoping, they doubled.
Now that's her interpretation, that they wanted to wipe her from the face of the earth. That is not the vibe that I'm getting from this. This is a person has scammed people and I want to understand all the details. I don't think anyone's purpose was to wipe her from the face of the earth. That's her interpretation of these events.
Down. Boy, did they double down. They went after every single aspect of my life. In the midst of me filing for divorce from my now ex-husband. But we'll talk more about that later. I will keep this as short as I can, but realistically, it's not short. So without further ado, here is what these people have done to me over the last 3 years.
Okay. So some of this I do think crosses a line. However, I don't think it crosses a line into the severity in which she is making it out to be. Personally, that's my take so far, just to preemptively warn everybody who's going to maybe be mad at me.
It started small with fake accounts like Brianna Madia is a dumpster fire, and Brianna Madia is a scammer, and Brianna Madia is a plague rat, etc., etc.
Okay. Now, here's another thing. Do we have proof that this isn't from her own, like she hasn't created these accounts herself? Now, I only say that because she seems to have this thing that people hate her so much. I just wonder if we know for sure where these accounts came from, because anyone can make an account with this name. So if you wanted to make it seem like people were out to get you, you could also do this yourself, right? Like technically, that would just cross my mind. I don't know. We're taking a lot of things for her word for things. That's all I'm saying.
They made a fake LinkedIn account under my name that said I was a professional scammer. The dedication right off the bat is astounding.
Yeah, I guess it's annoying.
And the emails started, anonymous emails sending me all kinds of awful things. This one sticks permanently in my mind. This was a few.
Okay. And again, like she's saying, like I see Rachel's comment, those aren't fake accounts. Yeah, it's not, I mean, there are real accounts, like there are accounts that have been made. It's not against the law to make an account either. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too light, but okay. This is from, it's not anonymous. Looks like it's from Ashlyn Rose. That's not anonymous. That's a person with a name. It says, wasn't sure if you know or not, but Keith is on dating sites already. He was amazing to spend the night with and really is suffering from the wreckage of being married to you. His poor sister, you truly are a narcissist. So that sounds personal and not anonymous whatsoever, and involves her ex-husband, he's going to be talked about shortly in this video, which again takes it away from the anonymousness of this hate mob that she claims is out there. Now her ex-husband, who knows her personally, is involved in it. So it's like, okay, is it like, how can it all just be fake then? You know? I don't know.
2 weeks after I'd moved out of my house. Basically they had just...
It just sounds like personal drama, like somebody sent you a thing after going on a date with your husband, which yeah, is bad, but it has nothing to do with the internet and bullies.
Started to torture me for fun. So this sort of low level, albeit still horrible, harassment continued throughout the fall of 2020 until I could not take it anymore. So I left Instagram in November and took several months off with the intention of trying to keep myself alive. During that hiatus, I crossed paths with a woman named Michelle, who told me...
Okay. This is the weirdest part of the story. Like, to me, I was like, wait, what? Like, it's been 8 minutes so far. I was like thinking at the top, there was going to be like, boom, 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 boom. These people came to my house. These people came to my job. These people came to my wedding. Like, they're crazy. And I'm waiting. And I'm like waiting. And I'm waiting. And now this story comes up. And I'm like, wait, what does it have to do with anything? But okay, let's hear this part. I'll shut up.
During that hiatus, I crossed paths with a woman named Michelle, who told me she was a big fan. She was getting a tattoo from the same artist that all of my tattoos are from. I sat with her. I listened to her life stories. I jumped up and ran out and got her favorite Starbucks drink. And then because I thought she was a kind person, I shared some of the things I was going through at the time. And apparently I am a really, really bad judge of character, because this woman left that day and took all of the context of our private conversation and fed it to this ravenous, obsessive Reddit mob. So once I returned to Instagram,
Okay, but so the person that, like, what did you say to the person? So they're not allowed to say what they said? I don't know. I was like, what? So in person, you caused this woman, or what you said was weird enough that she found a group to vent to. That's what it sounds like. Or the whole time she was a part of the Reddit secretly or something. But like, that's again seems like a personal life problem. Like, don't share that much with strangers at the tattoo shop. Maybe should be the thing that you think of next time, as opposed to the Reddit thread caused this woman to share. I'm like, what? I just didn't understand it at all.
Early 2021, I learned that Michelle is actually contacting all of my sponsors and companies that I was working for at the time.
So that's someone she met in person. So it's really no longer an anonymous Reddit person out to get her, right? This person she said she met in person. This is a different narrative than she's telling online and making it like, if you weren't to watch this 38-minute video, you'd think like, oh my God, the narrative is these random strangers looked up all of her sponsors and emailed them lies. Now it seems like she met someone in person. She said something that concerned her, I guess, or made her want to like hurt her in some way, I guess. I don't know. And then emailed sponsors. Does that cross a line? Yes, but it has nothing to do with Reddit then. So what are we talking about Reddit for and the internet?
Saying that a friend of mine and myself were harassing her. The claim was that we were somehow in possession of and distributing pornographic images of her. I emailed her directly.
Couldn't that be true though? Like, why is that false? Couldn't that be true? Why would she make that up? Just to harass you for no reason? Like, I'm just so confused about all the details of the story.
To assure her that I nor my friend would.
Okay. So we don't get to see all the messages. Now, that's annoying. There's a lot of things that are cut off, I believe, strategically in this to not show the rest. That's just my guess here. But here's the email. To, she already said her name, but she blanked out the email. Okay. First, let me say that I'm very sorry to hear that you're dealing with online harassment. I obviously have a very personal history with that, and it can be excruciating. It's a helpless, inescapable kind of feeling, and I know that firsthand. But I do want to clear some things up that are super concerning to me. I sat face to face with you for a long time. I like to believe that you got a glimpse of my character. Blank, one of my best friends, and one of the only reasons I survived last year. Again, we're talking about like she only survived. She makes that very clear over and over and over again that, she was going to kill herself. It's like, that is horrible, but it's been used so many times. It's like it feels like you're almost not making fun of it, but taking it lightly. Like, this is just going to get me out of everything. I don't know. She constantly held me when I cried. Okay, what is this story?
Ever.
Okay, now there's a missing piece, I think, because the email now goes, so the last slide. See, again, like, when people were already mad at me for even talking about this and like questioning her at all, I'm like, let's just watch it first, because this is confusing. It's more than meets the eye, okay? It says, she constantly held me when I cried. And now it says, now since this swirling, unregulated slew of conspiracies and lies is impacting my safety and the safety of my friends, not to mention the laws being broken, including libel, these folks can't just claim people are doing things without evidence. That's not the world we live in, and it's not a world any of us should want to live in. I'm missing context. Again, I am so incredibly sorry that you are going through something like this online, and I truly hope that you do not take this the wrong way, but I ask you to pause and imagine what that experience is like amplified by 200,000. That's what I've been dealing with for over 2 years now, and I truly wouldn't even wish it on my worst enemy. I would have never ever put another person through this. I hope this clears up some things for you, and I hope 2021 is a little kinder to us all. Pet your pup for me, Brie. Okay, I'm missing a middle chunk of this, which I feel like would be helpful in this scenario, and it almost sounds like a threat to me, like coming off as a threat, like, well, you know, you're facing harassment now by me and my friend, which is the accusation. Well, can you imagine facing the threat of 200,000 followers not liking you? Yeah, that's what I deal with. So I guess like now you have a taste of your medicine. Like that's how I'm reading this. Am I missing something? Like, why would this woman randomly decide to accuse her and her friend of doing this? It makes no sense unless she is the most hated person and persecuted person for no reason. And she's just an angel to everyone. And people are just so mean to her for no reason.
Do something like that. But her campaign continued. She began posting step-by-step instructions on the Reddit for how to continue to contact my sponsors, how many fake accounts to make, what to say, how often to call them and say,
okay, where's that? Where's that thread? I want to see that.
Problematic I was. No. We can all sit here, right, and say, that's insane. Who on earth would believe that an influencer who met a random woman in a tattoo shop has suddenly acquired and is distributing pornography? Like, it sounds nuts. I laughed when I heard what I was being accused of.
Let me see that email again. Something's missing because I'm missing a chunk of this story. There's more to this. What does that email say? And there was an email from the woman that she did not show either. So what was that email? I want to see that one because it seems like she's like, I'm innocent. This is a crazy thing that this crazy lady just said. It's like, okay, something's missing here.
I lost 4 sponsorships because of that.
Okay. Here's this one. And again, we're a little bit, looks like something's been cut off, but let's just say. And we don't know which sponsor this was. It says, on that note, just wanted to make you aware of an unfortunate situation on our end. There have been several people, all seem to be in touch with each other, who have relentlessly been DMing us and reaching out to us about an alleged harassment situation they claim involves you and potentially one of your friends. First, we have seen no evidence or screenshots of this harassment incident at all. They have shared screenshots about some other comments on a post that they alleged had racist undertones, to which it seems you had responded and apologized for the misinterpretation, according to what we were able to follow. This harassment incident seems to be separate from that, but it is a bit difficult to separate and decipher the issues in their complaints. Bottom line, we have been responding to these people as we take these matters seriously and in no way condone hateful actions or speech. But we have reached a point where further investigation on our end is necessary. Of course, that starts with, okay, I would like to see again the next slide. It's fair to investigate claims. That is not immediately, automatically canceling you or saying your sponsorship's done. An investigation is launched to then put the pieces together. They're disclosing that to her. I see at this point nothing wrong with this either.
It was still the...
Okay, and again, why is everything blocked? Like, I'm only seeing 1/3 of everything here. It says, wanted to reach out because we've received some DMs and emails about some recent IG story. Again, like, are you a professional businesswoman who's running an Instagram influencing account and writing a New York Times bestselling book? Because the way that you're communicating with sponsors and they're communicating with you is very casual and odd. And I feel like, is this real or is this like something your friend sent this to you to like corroborate the story? Wanted to reach out because we've received some DMs and emails about some recent IG stories and wanted to see if you could hop on a quick call maybe tomorrow. Effing trolls. What corporate sponsor is doing this? Which company is this? Effing trolls, thinking maybe we can pay you half for any content you created and press pause for this month so it gives us a little time to respond to everyone.
Height of cancel culture in
Okay, yeah, the height of cancel culture. She is the victim one of the cancel culture. Okay, here's the email. Hey, Brianna, nice to meet you. I took over blank role and am the new marketing and social lead here at blank. I wanted to check in for 2021 and fill you in on what's happening. Unfortunately, right now we are moving in a new direction and won't be able to renew your contract. We are more than happy to continue to support your adventures with product. You played a massive role in helping our brand and mission, and we can't thank you enough for that. Please reach out if you need anything. That is not proof that anyone caused that sponsor to leave you. In my humble opinion, that is a contract not being renewed. That is not like an entitled thing that you're able to get because you're an influencer and have a van and drive around the country. Like if you sign a contract for a month or whatever, and they decide not to go forward with it, this is the first professional email I've seen. That is their right to do so. For whatever reason they say, if they hold up their end of the contract and decide not to renew, that is not on anyone else but the sponsor. And there's no proof here that there's any harassment claims or anything. Just seems like we're done. We're moving forward. Bye. I'm still waiting for hot piping tea.
Early 2021. So everyone was just terrified of being next. And anytime a photo of mine was shared on a company's account or even a picture of my dog where I wasn't even in it, they would get bombarded with comments. She's a bad person. She hit her dog. She's a liar. She's racist. She's this and that.
Yeah, I didn't even cover that racist part. In that one thing that she shared that was allegedly from a sponsor, it was like, there's something racist that you said, and you apparently, explained yourself because it was misinterpreted. Can we see that too? I would like to see what was misinterpreted because I'm curious. But she's making it seem like this is all just out of nowhere. She's never said anything bad. She didn't hit her dog. That's crazy. But you did those things and people do perceive you that way. So yes, it might be uncouth or whatever the word is to do that. But that person is taking on the responsibility of being a negative person by posting that. And it's like, you can't really do anything about it. You're going to tell the sponsors to block all the comments. This is not... I've already said what I said.
So to avoid any more potential controversy, basically during the height of internet controversy, these companies just hung me out to dry. And it was at this point that I realized I needed to get a lawyer.
I need proof. Maybe you just weren't making sales. Show me the cause and effect of harassment and then they canceled me. I'm not seeing it. There's so many other explanations.
So I hired a defamation attorney in Salt Lake City and I had him reach out to some of these companies that had let me go, demanding evidence of what I had been accused of. And it seemed to dawn on them only then that they had never received any. Those anonymous accounts just gave them enough of a headache on their social pages and their customer service channels that it was easier for them to just drop me. Nulo Dog Food actually...
Okay, this is what I was so pissed about. It's cut off so conveniently, and I've seen this post be shared on other people's Instagram and on Twitter as proof, this company sucks. This company's bad. It's you're supporting this woman, right? By doing this and saying this company sucks because they dropped this woman I like. You're doing exactly what she's accusing other people of doing, dummies. What? This is so twisted and stupid. It's I'm so mad there's been a hate campaign about my friend or this person I follow on the internet. So I'm going to launch my own hate campaign against you. It's what are we doing here? Okay, and it's conveniently, she knows how to edit enough to put this fully on the screen if she wanted to show this. So I find this to be sketchy. It says, we will be taking action on our end immediately to discontinue this partnership. Given the nature of social influencers, we are only able to control our own brand pages. We cannot control Brianna mentioning our brand online. However, we have removed her from our website and she will no longer be...
tweeted that they were no longer working with me before they told me that...
And I can't read the rest.
They were no longer working with me. This was then posted all over the Reddit, of course, and they were just dancing in the streets. You
gotta get over this, lady. I'm sorry. You gotta get over this. People aren't gonna like you. That's it. Like, you gotta figure out a way to live in this world if you're gonna be an influencer and deal with this, because it's like as if like, oh, they celebrate on Reddit is the true problem here. It's like you got a lot going on and there's people who are witnessing it because you have a public account. Deal with it or get off. I don't know what more to say. Okay, it says this is Twitter, so I don't know. She's talking about Reddit, but this is Twitter. It says it means so much to all of us who have, and see, look. It's cut off exactly the same convenient spot. How convenient. It means so much to all of us who have been subjected to Brianna Madia's great force of hate. Standing up to the bullies and standing for the victims is a great stance to take. Wait, is this the one I saw? Okay, so this is someone. It means so much to all of those who have been subjected to Brianna Madia's great force of hate. Standing up to the bullies and standing for the victims is a great stance to take. Healthier together. I'm missing something. So, Nulo Pet Food, thank you for taking the steps necessary to ensure something. Influencers do not have a platform with your company.
They were so excited it had worked. They were getting away with it. They were systematic.
I guess they're excited that the company has that like stance that they're taking her off. But again, I can't read it.
Automatically removing my income. They felt legitimized because those companies legitimized them.
The thing is, though, okay, that's the company's right, number one. Number two, what do you think influencing is? Influencing is not something you sign up for and go to college for and say, I'm qualified, I deserve it, and I'm entitled to this position. Influencing is getting people to like your product and brand through your content. If people are every day saying, this woman's a scammer, she hit her dog, we don't like her, that's the job that you're not accomplishing. Find a new job. I'm sorry, I'm being harsh, but it's true.
They legitimize their behavior. By the way,
and again, the person who she's alleging did all of these reach outs is a person she met in person, not on Reddit.
After the truth came out, that this was all some personal vendetta, 2 of those companies asked me to work with them again, and I told them to kick rocks because I will take my dignity over a paycheck every day of the week.
Okay, so allegedly, now who knows if that's true or not, but the company said, oh, we were wrong. Actually, we do want to work with you. And you said no. So again, what is a defamation lawyer out of Utah going to do for you? You denied working with them for your own choices. So they are no longer on the hook or should be, held responsible for canceling you.
I also had my lawyers.
Okay, here's her lawyers. Demand letter to Michelle Gonzardi, whoever that is. This firm represents Ms. Brianna Madia. We write to demand that you immediately cease and desist from your campaign of disseminating malicious, defamatory, and blatantly false statements about Ms. Madia. Each of your false communications constitutes an actionable claim for defamation and related causes of action, and unless this behavior stops immediately, Ms. Madia intends to promptly pursue all available legal remedies against you. As you are aware, Ms. Madia has built a following on Instagram and is pursuing a writing career, and her account is followed by hundreds of thousands of Instagram users. Ms. Madia earns substantial income via sponsorships she has garnered through her social media presence. Ms. Madia's reputation within her community of followers is essential to her success, and attacks made on her reputation are highly damaging to her livelihood. Your whole career revolves around people liking you and being influenced to do what you do. That is the game. It's like, again, we'll go back to the modeling scenario. I go to a modeling show or a modeling casting and they go, you're 5'5" and not slim for us. Am I going to now send a cease and desist to the modeling agency and say, they must hire me because my career as a model depends on this? Like, this is ridiculous. What are we talking about here? This is not Brianna's world. This is Kia's world, goddammit, okay? And if no one watched my channel again, I can't sue every one of you for not liking me. I'm sorry. That's just not, this is not this narrative getting out there that is like invigorating Brittany Dawn to threaten to sue everyone that says a negative thing about her is not what this story is. And that's what pisses me off, because the narrative is being shared because it's, this is a long ass video to go through. I get it. I didn't want to go through it either. But like, she's telling it as if, you know, these people were just harassing her and showing up at her house basically and, you know, wanting her to kill herself. And it's not true. This isn't true based on her own video that I'm watching right now, at least thus far. The evidence we have collected of such activities. Okay, wait, hold on. We are aware that for some time now, you have been pursuing a concerted campaign along with your husband and other collaborators to destroy Ms. Madia's reputation and bring her career to a halt. The evidence we have collected of such activities is overwhelming and paints you in a deeply unfavorable light as a vindictive, fixated bystander driven to interfere in Ms. Madia's success. This is written by not a lawyer. And if it is a lawyer, she must know, or he, whoever is writing this, knows that there is absolutely 0% chance that legal action can be taken. 100, like this is ridiculous. Like, oh, people who have successful careers can never be discussed on the interwebs. Like, oh my God, the entitlement is crazy in this. Okay. She paints you in a deeply unfavorable light as a so this lawyer can call this person a vindictive, what is it? Wait, hold on. Fixated bystander and put her name out there. That's okay, but you can't say she hit her dog and lied about it, which is true. Or her husband did, okay, whatever, ex-husband. But apparently she was in the car. I don't know, that's what I heard. Anyways, allegedly. Okay. All right. You have published many false statements to a public audience, but have also sent various private messages to some of Ms. Madia's most important business contacts, including her corporate sponsors and her publisher, all while keeping up a cheery correspondence with Ms. Madia to cover your tracks. Okay. This is so bizarre. These communications, taken as a whole, paint a damning picture, making it clear that your actions are intended to cause maximum harm without regard for the truth or any just outcome. This behavior is irrational, harmful, and legally actionable under Utah law. Ms. Madia will no longer tolerate it. The law allows for the recovery of substantial damages resulting from defamatory statements so long as ... Okay, this screams not written by a lawyer.
Send a demand letter to Michelle. Ultimately, I was demanding one.
Okay. Okay, so something at the top says, please understand that the relationship she has lost as a result of your actions represent a financial loss measured in at least the tens of thousands of dollars. You will be held responsible for these damages, and to the extent you take further action that increases her damages, those further injuries will be added to her claims. Okay, now she's highlighted this section. To avoid further legal exposure, we demand that you stop communicating about Ms. Madia immediately. Do not communicate with any corporate sponsors, publishers, or any contacts of Ms. Madia. Do not publish messages on your Reddit board regarding Ms. Madia, and do not further harass Ms. Madia and her friends and family. Okay, this is a part I'm missing. Like, it sounds like it was actually the other way around, but okay. Any further communications you send regarding our client will be used as additional evidence for your unlawful and malicious intentions. We also insist that you provide in writing an acknowledgement that you are the author of these communications and that they are false. Okay, good effing luck. Ms. Madia I thought you had conclusive evidence that it was, so now I'm gonna admit that it was me. It was me, guys. It's me. I'm Michelle. Yeah, good luck. Ms. Madia will use that statement as a means of repairing her reputation where possible. Please note that Ms. Madia reserves all rights and does not waive her entitlement to sue you. So what is the point of this? You're going to sue me anyway, so okay. However, if you will act cooperatively and in good faith from the moment you receive this letter and entirely cease communicating about Ms. Madia, it is probable that the parties can resolve these issues without the need for litigation. If not, you should expect prompt service of legal papers. What law is she breaking? Please tell me. And what are we actually talking about? And again, this to me is more harassment. Having this sent to your house because you made a Reddit page, or she didn't even make a Reddit page. She contacted sponsors and said, I don't know what, because we don't have that information. This is equal harassment, in my opinion. Calling her, those names and saying that you're unhinged or whatever she said. Okay, please be advised that as you are now on notice of these claims by Ms. Madia, the law imposes on you a strict obligation to preserve all documents and evidence that may be relevant to these issues. This means that you may not destroy, delete, or lose control of any document, text message, email, voicemail, direct message, chat, or other communication, whether physical or electronic, related in any way to Ms. Madia or her claims against you or your actions. Okay, as if this is a judge. This is a lawyer cease and desist, which is not meaningful in court unless it goes into court. So if you get a cease and desist, it is not a legal rule. This is someone trying to tell you to stop. And if you don't, they could potentially take you to court. And maybe they're saying it and they actually have no legal recourse and they're just trying to bully you cyberly into to not talk about somebody anymore. Bethany Frankel did that with people who were talking about her podcasts and whatever, and she sent her lawyers to give them cease and desist. There's no court filings at all until so you can listen to it or you cannot listen to it. Anyways, okay, so she's telling you to save all your messages, which is a random private attorney cannot tell you to save all your messages. If you do destroy or lose possession of any such evidence, you may be subject to additional penalties for spoliation of evidence, including contempt of court. You may be well served by retaining counsel at this point to assist you in fulfilling obligations. Thank you for your prompt attention to this matter. Ms. Madia has requested that all future correspondence go through this firm. Please do not hesitate to contact us to discuss these matters further if you have any questions. Good Lord, that was a lot. And again, I don't think that was written by a lawyer.
One simple thing. I wanted her to publicly apologize and admit that she had fabricated all of this. But of course she didn't apologize and she didn't stop making new accounts to be a part of the Reddit thread.
How do you know that?
But I chose not to pursue it further legally at the time because I honestly wasn't strong enough to have to keep looking at all of these pages and comments and things that people shouldn't read about themselves ever.
Yeah, don't read it about yourself. Good answer. Number 2, bullshit. Okay, that's why you didn't pursue legal action because you just couldn't deal with it. It's like, I ain't buying it. I'm sorry. I wish the best for you as I do any person on earth. I hope that's clear. Just because I'm being critical does not mean I hope that you die. I don't. I hope you have a great, wonderful life. But what is happening here is a piece of content that I feel is fair to discuss. Let's continue.
Because it felt like it was going to kill me at the time, so I couldn't.
Again.
And while Michelle did some real serious damage to my life, this vile little community was actually pissed at her because she had used her real name to contact my sponsors. And so she had compromised the anonymity of the group. And in an even more bizarre twist,
Isn't that showing that the Reddit thread wanted to remain anonymous and not touch the shit, as they say, or not touch the poo, which is like a Reddit thing, which basically means we can discuss things insurely, I can't talk, in this area so that we're not affecting the lives of the people we're discussing. So usually as a rule, it says, do not contact the people we're talking about. Do not contact their friends. Do not contact anybody. And it's like, okay, so isn't that more proof that the group that it's becoming the subject matter of this complaint, which has nothing really to do with them, that they were even mad at the person you're also mad at? Oh, God.
Then emailed me saying like, oh, I only did this because...
Anyways. Okay, Brie. I read about people contacting the shelter about you fostering puppies, and I just wanted to reach out and tell you how awful that is. I also have some screenshots from Reddit, which I'm sure you have, but it has your address, so I wanted to at least let you know. I wanted to apologize again. We figured out someone from that group, Reddit, sent the emails with the idea of getting me upset, and it worked. Okay, what? I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm so confused. I did figure it out, which just led to them trying to attack me. I realized what you live with 24/7 is impossible, and there are people that spend way too much of their time obsessed with. Okay. I feel like this is written by her too, maybe, but okay. Like if everyone that she has like around her understands the horrible life that she lives so conveniently. Okay. Brie, I read about people contacting the shelter about you fostering puppies, and I just wanted to reach out and tell you how awful that is. Okay. I don't know what they're talking about, but I'm assuming somebody, I don't know who, saw that she was fostering puppies, and someone reached out to the shelter and said she hit her dog with a car. Okay. Do I agree with that? No, I don't think that's like an amazing thing to do. But again, is it breaking a law? No, it's not, because that is true. So, or her husband, her ex-husband, let's say, hit a dog. Like telling that to a shelter, they probably don't care. But I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's annoying. Yes. Is it harassment and they should be in jail and be doxxed? No, I don't think so. Okay. And this part says, I also have screenshots from Reddit, which I'm sure you have, but it has your address. So I wanted to at least let you know. That part I need more further clarification, because addresses, yes, that is doxing. That is not okay. I wanted to apologize again. We figured out someone from that group, Reddit, sent the emails with the idea of getting me upset. And it worked. I don't know what that means. I did figure it out, which just led to them trying to attack me. Don't know what that is. I realized okay, and then I said that part already. So, yeah, and also, yeah, I know. That's funny. I thought your address was the open road. It just says Route 66. She lives there most days. Okay. I don't know. I'm missing context.
Because I thought the Reddit people were my friends. After the loss of my sponsorships, which were at the time my only source of income, these people contacted my publishing house urging them to cancel my book deal.
Okay. And isn't this like, I don't know, how did she get this message? Like they sent it to her? Like the publisher sent this message to her? And again, okay, so this is the publisher of her book. Now, she's going to complain about it and how horrible it was. And then she's going to say what actually happened. And it's just like, I roll my eyes because it's like, okay, so what actually happened was nothing. And it actually turned out pretty well for you. So what are we bringing this up for? Thank you, Bridget. Thank you. Bridget says, ex-husband who was driving admitted he was drunk. Oh yeah. I heard that as well. She's going to talk about the ex-husband in a little bit. So I'll keep it held on that part. But thank you, Bridget, for that. Yes, that is something I had heard as well. But I don't want to be too like, I've heard things as well. And I don't want to say like, this is for sure what happened, because I have not been involved with this from the beginning. And I don't know, only what I'm going by what she has said and what she has shared. So, but I have heard that as well. And I say to that,
I'm going to smash your phone.
I'm going to smash your phone by driving over it with my truck. Thank you, Bridget. Okay. Yeah, I guess somebody sent this to the publisher, but I don't know how she got it. I guess from Reddit, I suppose. I don't know. It says, hey guys, I have serious concerns about one of your writers and the way she does not align with your brand at all. Where's the best place to send correspondence regarding this? Brianna Madia has been extremely hostile to all of her followers, questioning her actions of hitting her own dog and then lying on GoFundMe.com to amass $100,000 in donations. Her social media presence does seem uplifting on the surface, but I think it warrants a closer look, as there have been literally hundreds of reports of her being extremely rude and unprofessional to her fans. I would love to forward this information to you so that you are making an informed decision when you choose to support a person who does not extend any courtesy, respect, or professionalism to her audience. Thanks in advance. I don't personally have a problem with that. Is there lies that are here? I don't think so. Everything that she said in here, or he, seems to be accurate. Now, I don't know about the hundreds of reports of whatever, but if 100 people went on Reddit and said, oh my God, she was extremely rude to me, I mean, that is hundreds of reports. Are they true? I don't know. Probably, but maybe not. So keep an open mind, HarperCollins or Harper One. But she did hit her own dog. Her ex-husband did while she was there, and then lied and amassed $100,000 and didn't talk about it for 2 years. So what's the lie? It can't be defamation if there's no lie told. So it's up to the book publisher to make a decision based on someone telling them information. It could have been an investor saying, hey, I saw something about this woman. I don't want to be involved. That's not a crime to choose not to pursue something. And that's not even what happened.
They thought they were the first ones to tell them about the truth of Dagwood's accident, which will always be hilarious to me because that story was included in the proposal that my publishing house accepted almost a year prior. Anyways, the person who sent this message then actually sent a link to the subreddit as a source of evidence for my publisher to go review. A subreddit where a bunch of people with bizarre usernames call me a bitch.
Oh no! Not a bitch. No. Reddit. My username on Reddit is like the weirdest name ever that I would never choose for myself, but Reddit did not allow me to choose my own username, okay? So what do you want me to do about it, Brianna? I'm sorry. I can't choose my Reddit name. Thank you to Allison Wonderland 66. Allison says, Baby Yogurt and I think that, quote, I thought the people on Reddit were my friends is a total soundbite. I agree with you, Allison. I thought the people on Reddit were my friends. They have crazy names on Reddit. It's like, why don't you take up a complaint with reddit.com? How about that? I wrote it down, Allison, so you got it. But in the meantime, I'm going to say...
You have to think instead of sitting around eating Skittles and watching Oprah reruns.
On the road in your van, okay? So people called her a bitch on Reddit. Thank you, Allison.
And a whore and an alcoholic and a drug addict and a liar and a cheat. A place where people enjoyed sharing photos of my face with penises photoshopped onto it.
Okay, that one I was like, I don't know. Yeah, that does seem bad. But that's it. Like, yeah, that's bad. I wouldn't want to post that myself either. But someone might have different, morals than I do. So it's like, again, like, are you harmed? Did anyone force you to see this picture? No.
Of course, as we all know, my book deal was not canceled. My book was, in fact, a New York Times bestseller.
So what's the fucking problem? I can't deal with this. I need to complain about something that happened that did not affect anything in my life. It's like, if HarperCollins pulled their book offer and said, we are taking back this because this needs to be identified and dealt with immediately, and we are burning all the books, and we're going to burn down the entire publishing house because you are just so horrible. Like, okay, then I'd be like, yeah, that's consequences. Oh, it became a New York Times bestseller? What are we complaining about here?
But it just goes to show how delusional these people had become. They actually viewed this blatant hate page as a source of proof of something. They actually felt
they were saying in the message, hundreds of people have complained about how she acts and how she's responded to this controversial event. Here's proof of 1,000+ people complaining about her. They can take it and shove it up their ass. And that's what apparently they did. So what is the problem? People aren't going to like you. It just is what it is.
I'm ashamed to send that to HarperCollins publishing house. It's like if your name was John Green and someone emailed your boss with a website called John Green Sucks and expected them to take that as an accurate source of unbiased information.
Okay, but it's a company that makes products that is serving that person. And it's saying, hey, this is something that we think you should know. Is this something I would do? No, it's not. But it's something that someone did. And again, it's like what the consequences that she wants for these people is like exposure and doxing. It's like, do they deserve it for doing this? I'd say no.
There, it just got worse and worse and worse. They called hotels I was staying in and claimed I was doing drugs in the room. They posed as...
I don't know about that. I think this part, I'm like, okay, that's crossing a line. But also, like, we're just taking her word for it. Like, okay, so people just randomly called a hotel. How do they know what hotel you're at? Did they see a drug or something like in your pictures, or is this just like out of nowhere for no reason? Like, or is this all made up? I don't know.
Family members and friends on this subreddit claiming they knew me in real life and sharing things I had done. They claimed to see me out here and there, and I heard dogs attack.
Okay. Again, like, I don't know why you care so much about what they're talking about in this Reddit thread, but okay. It's a cutoff halfway, but it says they had absolutely no recall. When they came running up to us, there wasn't a human in sight. I started literally screaming with my husband, using one of our hiking sticks to try and create distance between them and us. No idea whose dogs they were at this point. I have my dog staying, but he's getting approached and sniffed and then barked and growled with 3 off-leash dogs. Tried to corral them back by the canyon close to the river, and this girl comes up with a huge sun hat and a drink in her hand. The hat matches, so I guess it was her. Is now using me. Wait, hold on. Drink in her hand and casually calls her dogs. They don't listen. I'm incredibly pissed at this point and focused on my dog, who is now using me to hide behind. It took minutes of a guy who was with her finally being able to physically wrangle something away from my dog. Bucket was the best behaved. She kind of just walked away. Dagwood wasn't having it, and she basically excused by saying it's his desert. We're usually alone out here. It was a more out of the way hike that took a lot of washboard roads and mapping to find, but we weren't the only people out there or the only ones with dogs. I tried talking to her, but she got nasty really fast. Okay, so could this be true? Probably. Could this be fake? Probably. So what are we talking about here? Like, so what? I don't know. Like, what do you want? What consequence should this person have for making up this story or telling a true story?
My dogs. She was screaming at me in a slot canyon. They claimed that they saw me steal things out of stores, berate service people. They posted my address, my phone.
Okay. My address and my phone number. Where's the proof of that? Like, I want to see someone who posted a phone and an address, because almost 9 times out of 10, any Reddit page I've ever been in, that shit would get shut down immediately. So I would be, if it's true, which I can jump to the conclusion, like, okay, maybe it's true. That would be very rare for Reddit to allow, yes, let's post her address and phone number. But it's possible. But is it likely? I don't know. Let's go back, listen to that part again.
Berate service people. They posted my address, my phone numbers, the addresses of my friends' homes.
Okay, so I posted the addresses of her friends' homes. It says, I am also interested. I looked up the Salt Lake County assessor records, but couldn't find it. Sent. LOL, same. I spent like 45 minutes trying to find it on assessor's records and recently sold property on Willow. Zillow, would love the link. Sent. Same. Can I also get on this? This sounds like, now, okay, whether you agree or not, I don't really agree with sharing a person's address. However, they're doing it privately. That's why it says sent, same, sent. So it's not publicly posted. Now, that the fact that it's shared between them, all of them, okay, weird. Is it bullying? No, I don't think so. By having the address, by you, I'm assuming, posting inside the person's house or showing the numbers on the doors, and now people are looking it up. That's sort of on you too. I hate to say it, but we say this all the time, like with people on the internet, like parents, really, it's almost, you should be more careful. People will post their kids' high school. Like, my kid's at high school. Look at my kid. He's going into high school right now. My child who's 6 years old, he's going to elementary school. Here's the school. Here's the street. Here's the zip code. Here's my phone number. Here's what he's wearing. It's like, why are you giving the internet so much information? And it's like, oh, well, someone showed up at the house. It's like, of course, that's horrible and that should not be done. But take a little responsibility. Like, she's not saying, like, how did they find the house? It's probably because you posted the address from the outside of it. I don't know.
In their families' homes, within 30 minutes of me posting a few little 15-second stories of my fiance's house that he had just bought.
There you go. Oh, I posted the address myself, but then people looked it up. Well, it's their fault.
They had found the Zillow listing. And then they reverse image searched all of the furniture we bought for the house so they could talk about how much it cost because, you know, in their minds, I am still living off of the GoFundMe money from 4 years ago.
Well, apparently you are, because you said that was your only source of income, and the Reddit thread was the reason why you had no income. So I'm confused. How are you making money then? Is it the Reddit has ruined all of your financial situation, or you're rich and you don't need the $60,000 or more? Again, the only thing she's accounted for with the $100,000 out of the GoFundMe is $15,000 from 2018. So is that crazy of an accusation? Not really.
As most of us know by now, they created a once again fake nameless account to send a long message to the owner of an Airbnb I was staying in one weekend.
Okay, this one is something that at first I was like, yeah, this is weird. However, I think she's leaving out a big part. And I'm going to guess that they sent the email to the Airbnb person because she was posting in the Airbnb doing the activities they're accusing her of. I could be wrong, obviously, but that is a possibility that I think has not been explored in this video. I'll just let her talk about it.
Let me just be clear. They searched through every Airbnb in Salt Lake City to match up the images of the house that they could make out on my Instagram stories. They told
Solution number one, don't post it on Instagram. Done. This whole thing would not have existed if you didn't do that. Or private your account and vet everyone that's in it. Does it suck? Yeah, but this is the risk you take. It's like you don't live in a bubble world. I don't know. It's just like ridiculous. Like, I don't know. Okay, so this is the Airbnb. Now, my thought was, okay, she's posting in the Airbnb and what they're talking about, like the dogs running around and barking, like maybe that was what the videos were showing. So this person took it upon themselves to like reach out. I don't think that's okay. Is it illegal? No. Again, should they be doxxed for it? I don't think so. Okay, it says, Sandy is a person. Hello, I'm reaching out regarding your rental. So Sandy is the person, I guess, who is from Reddit or from the internet or whatever, who sent the message to the Airbnb person. I am reaching out regarding your rental and your current guest who is staying there. I'm not sure if she even applied under her true name, but Brianna Madia, an extremely irresponsible and reckless hidden by Airbnb influencer, is currently in your home with 4 non-service dogs who are tearing the place up. She has tried to cover your furniture with blankets, but the dogs have removed them. So I'm assuming in my head, Brianna is, and I could be wrong, obviously, but I'm just trying to put this together. Like, what would people on Reddit that I, could figure out, like, based on my experience on Reddit, what do I think would have actually occurred here? That she was taking Instagram video of the dogs in this Airbnb, taking blankets off and running around, being all crazy and whatever. And this person's documenting it and sending to the person. Like, if you're going to be that dumb to share all those videos of like your dog's destroying this house, I'm going to, alert the person. That's my thought. Now, maybe this could be a total lie and she was sitting there reading a library book and being quiet and being innocent, and none of this is true. Who's to say? Okay. She has tried to cover your furniture with blankets, but the dogs have removed them. The dogs have tried attacking and killing the squirrel in your yard tree. They are barking at the neighbors through your fence and are running loose on your property with no leashes, including the front lawn. All of these claims can be backed up with photos. Okay, so is she lying or is she telling the truth here? Because this sounds like someone's reporting you based on what they saw. There is also quite a bit of company at your rental, which one could consider a party, especially since multiple substances are being used. Okay, now I don't know what that is. I don't know. I truly hope you reach out to your guest for some reassurance and are more selective and careful at who you rent out to. All claims are on her blank account stories currently, and she's laughing as they chase your wildlife, bark at neighbors, run in front yard, almost into street, no leashes whatsoever, tear up inside, and now multiple guests in and out. Very sad. If you're unable to see the photos on your own by searching her on Instagram, please provide an email where I can send them all. By the way, her dogs have killed much wildlife in the past, have a history of tearing up houses, which is why they primarily live outdoors. And I'm concerned for your neighbors. Noise complaint is definitely on the radar. I would hate to see your personal business venture tarnished by one irresponsible guest. Okay, Now, do I think this is a Karen behavior? Yes, I do. Do I think that she does have evidence showing exactly what she's saying? Yes, I do. So, I don't know. It is what it is, I guess.
The owner of my dogs were tearing up the place and running loose on the property and killing the squirrel in the yard tree. And of course, that I was having a party where multiple substances were being used. Little did they know that the Airbnb was a duplex and the owner's parents lived downstairs and were obviously able to say that this was all categorically false.
So, well, there was no photos? Like, what was she saying to link then to? I don't know. Again, I don't agree with this. I think this is taking it too far. I don't agree. However, you're a public person. You're showing you're at an Airbnb. You're telling people where you are. This is the risk that comes with it. Is it okay? No. But how do you police this? You can't. Really. All you can do is deal with it in the moment. So it's like, yes, it's an inconvenience, but there's like inconveniences with every job. So again, I'm wanting the big kablowy, you know, like the big moment where it's like, oh, that is bad. This is bad. But to take it to this level where all this, like, she's got a whole brand now called Fuck Around and Find Out, how she's going to take down each one of these people one by one. It's like, okay. Okay, so then there's some sort of text message where this is included. So I'm assuming this is the Airbnb people. And it says, hi, I tried to do more digging on this. Sandy lady, stay tuned. And again, don't worry at all. My parents have said that your pups are beautiful and well trained and that you are a very sweet person. Okay, this seems real. I have dealt with this type of stalker before, so I know what you are going through. Everyone that deals with her knows exactly what she's going through and how horrible it is and can empathize fully with her life. It's very sus.
They openly fantasized about committing actual violent acts against me and others who were discussed on this thread, including wanting to pay $10 for the chance to punch my friend Katie's partner in the face.
Okay.
They made insane claims and conspiracy theories about everything from my property to my book to my divorce. And then, of course, there's the kicker that absolutely sent me over the edge. I was informed that my ex-husband, Keith, and two of his older siblings had all joined in on this thread as well. I was so shocked.
Another person who met her in real life joined the Reddit thread, yet somehow it's the Reddit thread's fault for existing to allow the people in your real life to come onto it. It's like, I think you need to deal with all this stuff personally. Like, take this offline. Deal with your ex-husband, not in a video. I don't know. It's just very bizarre. Cut the cameras.
The lengths I went to protect that man. Changing his name in my book, making sure his name couldn't be typed.
Okay, changing his name in the book. All right. I think they can infer it based on your influencer lifestyle, that who you were talking about at these times. But
under any of my photos, removing all images of him, leaving out so much of my own story so as not to overshare his in my book. It was all just a vicious slap in the face for someone who you spent 11 years with. However, the involvement of his family did not surprise me for 1 minute because those folks are something else.
Yes, it's not just strangers on the internet who hate her for no reason. It's also her ex-husband and their whole family who unrighteously hate her for no reason. Again, it's like, time for 10 gulps, queen. I know. Fine. Sorry, everybody. Are my lips dry too? Thanks for
nothing.
Thank you. Unless she needs 10 gulps. We're saying to her, I'll take 10 gulps for the team. For Team Brianna. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate that. Okay. Yeah. So the husband and his whole family's on board, but it's all lies.
Anyway, first Keith and I start posting, sort of just lurking on the thread, hinting that they had personal information about Brianna, but not revealing their identities. So eventually Cody, one of these two women who started this whole thread, reach out, and she and Keith exchange phone numbers so they could start texting. And then she would post the screenshots of their messages.
Oh, okay. Here we go. All right. This is obviously not me, says the little caption. Brianna Madia, did Keith send the screenshots, or was it Erica or his bro? Again, don't know who these people are, not involved in this, Reddit in any way, so I don't know. It was not Erica or his bro, but I was asked to do my best to separate my source from the tea. I did, however, offer the MS mods that I'd show them everything I saw, including the convo asking me to put the screenshots on blast. I don't trust them, but also I was asked to, so I will. Just trying to respect what was asked of me. I don't know. I'll send them all proof. I'll send them a video of me on my phone pulling up the convo I have. Oh, so someone Keith knows sent that to you? Makes sense. Keith is aware the screenshots are out and is not mad about it. Can I say it that way? I don't know. What the hell?
Onto the Reddit. She also began personally speaking with my ex-husband's siblings.
Okay, so I guess this, I don't know. I only know the Madias. I like them a lot. Easy people to get along with. Bullying! I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh at this woman too harshly, but it just seems like none of this I don't need to know any of this, and no one else in the world needs to know any of this. This is not internet stuff. This is like your group chat stuff. Just keep this one private. I don't know. I'm all about it if it represents a larger systemic problem in a parasocial relationship where people go too far. I'm into that. There's certain things on here that I think, yes, the Airbnb thing, I don't like that. The thing where they're messaging the sponsors, I don't like that necessarily either. I think it should stay insularly on Reddit. Keep it there, keep it square. You know what I mean? The rest of the stuff, but I don't think, again, this reaction warrants what actually occurred.
Mind you, this is a woman who had never met me, never met my ex-husband or any of his family, and now she's on the phone with them discussing my hate page.
But shouldn't you be blaming your husband and the family, not her?
That is the level of infiltration into my personal life that this complete stranger achieved. So eventually,
or they sought it out. Look at it the other way. Your ex-husband and his family or whatever sought out the hate page. Why is it like the fault of the anonymous person? I don't know.
Eventually, bolstered by Cody and the other Redditors, Keith decides to just come right out with it and post a public statement, which these people gleefully pinned to the top of the page so it was as public as possible.
Again, Reddit is like somewhat public. I think he could have put it on his Instagram too, which would have been more public, or taken out an ad in the paper. There's like multiple layers of public. I think a Reddit subreddit thread is public, yes, but it's not trying to attract anyone outside of people who are already interested.
And in this weird rambling paragraph, he makes bizarre claims, admits totally unnecessary private details about his own substance abuse struggles, and then essentially bashes all of the people who tried to save his life. These are things I would never, ever have made public on his behalf, but here we are.
Like, why are you upset about that? He wanted to talk about his own life. How does that affect you in any way?
How do I know for certain it was him? He was kind enough to post a...
How do I know it's him? Here's his stupid face. Doing an AMA. Ask me anything. this is this guy's right. I don't care. Like, this is his right to do this. Like, you can't, like, again, like, yeah, sue him. I see the comment, like, sue him then. You know, like, what do you want? Yep, it's my story, and it's not intended to hurt anyone. It's what I feel I need to do in order to respect my voice, journey, and let go. Probably won't ever hear from me again. Be kind and be well. Okay, the man making a choice. I don't know how this is, you know. People should be allowed to express their opinions, positively or negatively. I said it a million times today.
Selfie. Confirming that this was him and saying this was all a part of his healing journey.
And
which is one of the saddest things I've ever heard.
It also has to be said.
Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh at the mic. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be better about that. This girl loves a pity party. P.S. You know she taps into that cooler on the front seat while she drives. Okay? A comment on a Reddit thread. Here we go.
That before my ex-husband came to share this journey, he was on this thread, just saying mean things and enjoying the company of a bunch of people who didn't care if this all made him.
I guess this is him. This is his account, I guess. So he's saying, I guess this is an inside source. Confirm that it's him because he's holding the paper. Okay. So he's saying that she taps into the cooler on the front seat while she drives. So is she trying to out herself, or is she saying he's an absolute liar? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Allison Wonderland 66. Thank you very much. It doesn't come through as like on the screen, or it doesn't make the noise. But thank you.
He was on this thread, just saying mean things and enjoying the company of a bunch of people who didn't care if this all made his ex-wife commit suicide.
Again, that's like the fourth time she's brought that up. It's like, you didn't commit suicide, and I don't want you to. No one's encouraging you to, but to continually bring that up as some sort of reason why everyone doesn't have a right to discuss what's going on with your public Instagram page is not fair whatsoever. And thank you very much again to Allison for gifting those subs. So we should be close. We might actually have an opening for the emote for the next time. So we'll have to do a vote for any new members, and all current members can vote on the next emote set. We have to decide. So we will do that. Okay, and it says, that would make sense. There are ways to store water on the property. What I'm more interested in is when she's going to announce her heat tolerance training. Would totally sign up for that shit. Okay.
Now, he has every right to share his story, his interpretation of events, his thoughts, but there, on a hate page dedicated to the person you once cared about, that is...
It's his choice. Okay. Oh, ha. I thought that grated, okay, this is the screen name, actually had their hot dog stolen. I wanted to hear the story. Also, bullcrap. I've literally watched dags take food from campsites before and start tearing into garbage. Love that dog, though. Okay, so he's sort of confirming that the dog has, like, some problematic behavior, which is what people were accusing the dog of. So I don't know how this is helping her case in any way.
So cruel.
In the fall of 2021, months before my book was even available to the public, these people went on to the website Goodreads and left over 50 one-star reviews, bashing it, claiming they had received some non-existent early copy.
This too, I feel like I wouldn't do it. I don't really support it, but how do they know that the people didn't read the book? Because this is something that came up with previous book authors where they got a negative review and automatically were like, it's fake. So the real ones that are probably fake too, that are 5-star from like their family, that's okay. But like the 1-star automatically must be fake. So it's just like, I don't know. Again, it's like, is that something I recommend doing? Absolutely not. Oh, thank you, Bun Mom. Damn, we are getting memberships today. Woo, woo, woo. Hold on. Thank you, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I say, actually, Kendra, are you here? Are you still here?
I don't find anything funny.
Kendra finds nothing funny about this. This is super serious, everybody. Okay, let's take a 2-second break. 2-second relaxing break.
Clear, clear, clear.
Clear, clear, clear. Did everyone know?
I happen to be an empath myself. Thank you to everyone joining, and for Bun Mom for gifting those subs, and also Allison for gifting subs. That's awesome. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. And JL says, this is the best community on the internet. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm kind of a beast.
I'm kind of a beast. That woman sounds like Brianna, actually. Also, I just wanted to say this.
Grandma has lung cancer.
Thank you, medical medium. We appreciate that. Thank you, Jay. And Sabrina, thank you, Sabrina. Sabrina says, we want a hat emoji. Okay, true. Or I'd personally vote for sus emoji since this is all very sus. Maybe a sus with a hat on it? Might be too small, but I like both of those options. Thank you, Sabrina, for that suggestion. For that, I say,
the knife stabbing pain and my eyes went away.
Knife stabbing pain and my eyes went away. And
the mango frequency.
The mango frequency. We do have that emoji already. And thank you, again, Mai says, X-Hub's post, feeling cute, might delete later. Yeah, it's like, this is me. This is me. I'm on Reddit, guys. I'm on Reddit. For you, Mai, I say this.
I'm outside the Cheesecake Factory waiting for it to open.
There you go. That's all I have to say. And also, thank you to Boothing. Boothing, we know we have an emoji. We have a soundbite for you.
Boothing.
Get your hearts ready, Boothing.
My boyfriend.
Thank you very much for those additional 5 subs.
You are privileged AF.
You are privileged AF, and I am also privileged AF. And thank you to Monica Del Coro. Damn, you guys are hitting that line for
me.
This person is not okay.
This person is not okay. And I'm talking about myself. Also, this channel has become...
Cult.
Has become okay cult. No, just kidding. Thank you, Monica. And everyone, welcome. Enjoy. I will again make the post tonight about Reddit, so you can join the hate mob on my private Reddit page since you're a member. And I keep it that way so it can remain private and we don't have people that are joining. And if they do infiltrate, then they can't say that we publicly shamed anybody. Thank you, everyone. Whew. That was something. I really, really appreciate it. So relatable.
I want to be relatable.
This is a relatable moment for me. Thank you very much. And also, when we're in the Reddit, we can all decide.
What happened to dinosaurs?
That's what we'll be discussing. Okay, we did it. Thank you, everybody. Okay, back to Brianna. We're almost done. So, sort of, kind of. We got through like the meaty parts, essentially. It kind of goes into like her expressing herself, being upset, which is sort of hard to hear, but which I do feel badly for her in this sense. But at the same time, I'm like, I think it needs to be worked on individually as opposed to trying to punish an entire internet of people. But okay, so here's some of the good reads, this is Books for Women's History Month. Brianna Madia is a problematic narcissist that does not deserve praise for this upcoming book. I strongly urge anyone that is pre-ordering and writing 5-star reviews on this title to do personal research on this so-called author. Just observe how her morals and healthy relationships with others has changed over and it's cut off. And then someone says, whoever wrote this is 100% spot on. A privileged, wealthy white woman took her husband's personality and hobbies and projected them as her own in order to profit off her #van life influencer status. She lied about running over her own dog and raised over $100,000. So it doesn't sound like book reviews to me, but you know, again, public platform or it's a company platform. If you have a complaint, I think you should take it up with Goodreads.
Many of them just copied their vile, poorly spelled comments from the Reddit.
Okay, so she's saying they just copied it from the Reddit and put it on here. Someone says she hit her own dog, lied about it, conned her followers, and bankrolled $100,000, destroyed her marriage and friendships with her reckless behavior, uses capitalism to fund her unconventional lifestyle, all while putting her dogs through unnecessary danger like building heat tolerance. As a dog owner, I can't support. So again, this seems like all things that she's probably been discussing on her Instagram stories, and people are pissed about it or disagree with it and are taking that information from her Instagram and then placing it in places like this. That's what this seems to be. I refuse to enable a privileged white woman who literally hit her dog with her own vehicle and conned her sheep followers out of $100,000 in GoFundMe. She came clean about hitting her own dog and offered to pay back anyone who wanted it, and then would be snide to anyone taking her up on the offer. If you idolize Brianna Madia, you need to get a life and evaluate your privilege. Yawn. Oh, I can't use that sound anymore. Oh, dang. Oh, Kendra. Welcome, Kendra. I know you're here. I knew it. I'm going to play a Kendra soundbite. Hold on.
I felt like she said one thing and then said the complete opposite.
That sort of works in this case too. And Kendra just came out with a great video about self-help culture and self-help gurus and all the problems there. So if you want to watch a great video after this video on her channel, subscribe. We've been there from the beginning with Kendra, okay? We've been there from pre-1000, and now you can be part of the next 1 million subscribers to Kind Kendra Creates. Okay. Yeah, so is this the right platform to post it on? Probably not, but again, is this kind of like all information that probably most likely came from her own Instagram account? Yes.
Me being a narcissistic bitch and a liar and a scammer and so forth. They were even able to get one of my book tour events canceled in early 2022 by once again creating multiple social and email accounts to contact the Black female owner of the bookstore that was set to host it. They claimed that I was a danger to Black people, prompting the owner to send...
Okay, but why? I'm missing a part of that. What was their reasoning? I think there's more to the story, I'm guessing.
An email out, canceling the event, and posting this to their public Instagram story.
Okay. So this is from the owner of the bookstore. Upon receiving some important feedback regarding the upcoming event with Brianna Madia, we have decided to cancel the event. The name strives at all times to be an inclusive and safe space for everyone and will not amplify voices that don't align with our values. Okay, so whatever they said convinced this bookstore to cancel the event. Okay, but isn't it their right to do that? Like, so because the event was scheduled, this owner must have the event? I don't know. I would like to see what convinced them to, because I don't think just like, this person's racist, I have no proof to show, and they're going to be like, oh, you are right, I will cancel the event immediately. Like, is that what really happened here? I don't think so.
Now, most folks who had signed up for my event were well aware of the harassment that had been going on for over a year, 2 almost at this point. So unsurprisingly, the bookstore starts getting dozens of angry calls from people saying, what on earth were you told? Why are you doing this? And then, of course, beyond the angry customers, she had to field calls from both my lawyer as well as HarperCollins publishing house's legal team. When asked to send proof of what I had been accused of, are we noticing a pattern here yet? She literally had nothing, except for messages from anonymous burner accounts saying things like, this woman is racist.
That's what she says. Now, it also sounds like you like sent your lawyer and the book publisher to this, you know, as you say, Black female-owned bookstore to intimidate her to restart the event. So it sounds like on both sides, she's getting screwed in this scenario because of your sort of controversial issues. But maybe there was no proof. In that case, she's sort of caught in the middle, but I don't know. I would be surprised if there wasn't something that convinced them. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's it. No photo, no nothing, no nothing. And as angry as I was, ultimately, she is just as much a victim of these women as I've been, because this is a bunch of white women using a fake social justice angle to further their own agendas of just being hateful. They would go so far as to claim that they themselves were women of color to make their claims seem more substantial. Of course, they're not. They are also white women.
How do you know? How do you know that if they're all on burner, sacred, secret accounts? How do you know they're all white? You're just assuming that, or what? Like there couldn't be a woman of color in this Reddit group because you just can't contemplate that, or like there's proof and evidence. Like how do you know the races of these people who are anonymous? It's weird.
So as a result of their blind obsession with me, they caused actual harm to that Black woman and her business. So infuriating. These people had an actual effect on real friendships I had, because everyone I knew was being dragged in and targeted by these people purely for being associated with me in any way. And what broke my heart the most, and still does, were the women who didn't even know me outside of Instagram, other influencers or outdoor athletes who would get talked about on this thread. This thread had my name on it. And I used to imagine how much they must have hated me, those women, because whether I liked it or not, technically, I was the reason that it existed in the first place. And so it felt like my fault. And my very existence started to feel like a liability. And that's when I started really isolating myself. And that's when suicide really started to seem like the only option. Of course, these people already knew that they were causing me suicidal ideation, and they reveled in it. They loved it. They thought it was funny.
Okay, sorry. I took a little second break because I was looking for like the proof of her racism, or like what people were saying, to see like what the issues were. I'm seeing one page, and I know we're at like a very sensitive part, so I don't want to cut it too much, but basically, let's see for a second. Let's see what this is. I don't want to skip over the race part in case it is something that needs to be looked at, because I feel like we just glossed right over that. Like, she said I was racist and I'm not. And then actually, these people are all white and they're horrible. It's like, okay, wait, hold on. What are they actually saying? Because she didn't show any receipts for that. Okay, so this is just a random live journal. I didn't even know that was existed. Okay, after years, okay, here we go. There's people talking about it. Now I searched like racist. No, that's different. Okay, racism. Can I spell? No. Okay, I'll keep looking. This is actually in Diversity, Equity, and Anti-Racism, her book. So that's interesting. I'll keep looking, but let's go back. Remind me at the end, because I want to make sure that we discuss it, or we look at least like what the accusations were, because I feel like I'm missing a part of that as well. Okay, back to it.
Feel like a liability. And that's when I started really isolating myself. And that's when suicide really started to seem like the only option. Of course, these people already knew that they were causing me suicidal ideation, and they reveled in it. They loved it. They thought.
Okay. Her real problem is that she doesn't like that people are online in a group that don't like her. That is the big issue.
Okay, it says, I think she thrives on the drama of it all, loves the attention, even if it's critical and triggers her further. She really loves playing the victim. I've been thinking this the whole time. This sub enables her to do her favorite thing, victimize herself. She loves being the, quote, tough, angry victim. It's really symbiotic. She gets to play victim, and we get to snark on trash entertainment. Everyone wins. Okay, I don't know. It's not nice, but I don't think I don't know. It's not. Okay, here's something. Now, this is totally just my own personal story. I did a video one time when I was working at the newspaper a few years ago when it was about a restaurant, okay? It was about a freaking restaurant, right? There was, the video went viral because it was cringy, and one day I'll show you. One day I'll show everyone what the video was. It's not bad. I'm not embarrassed by it in any way, but it was just a cringy video. I made a lot of puns and it was stupid, okay? But apparently this fandom is very serious about I'm not even gonna say what it is. They're very serious about their lore, like their actual lore of this brand. And I made a bunch of puns and the video went up and people told me to kill myself. They said, you are so cringe, you should kill yourself. You have an eating disorder. You are horrendously ugly, stupid. And there was millions, there was like 3 million views. And this was back in 2014, 2015. Yeah, it freaked me out. I was like, oh my God, like this is the most crazy response I've ever heard. And I didn't like it, but also it's like the internet and it is what it is. So that is not this. This is like a thought through comment of like, this is how I'm analyzing the situation. Yes, it's mean, but like people on my video were just saying like, you should jump off a bridge immediately, you dumb idiot. Like that I think is the more of the bullying and that stuff. And I'm not saying, oh, I loved it and I'm so strong for dealing with that. I'm just saying that that's the difference. It's like those people didn't know me. Those people were just telling me like mean. That's like trolling behavior. Like you're just saying you're an idiot. You're so stupid. This seems to be like you're discussing an issue over time. That's a little different.
Thought it was funny. They'd say things like, oh, she wants to
It says, honestly, it just seems like she's planting seeds for a reminder of the time we made her, quote, want to unalive for bullying her so much. I mean, I hate to say that, but that is sort of what happened, isn't it? Like this moment she brought it up in the video at least 5 times that this was driving her to do this. This was driving her to think about this and to potentially do it. Okay, and this person's commenting like, this seems like she's like trying to lay the groundwork so that, you know, there's a lot of evidence that, oh, she was bullied to the point of, you know, feeling like this. He's not saying, go do it, we hate you. I haven't seen that yet.
Alive herself. As I mentioned, I was not the only person targeted in these threads, but I only feel comfortable speaking to the specifics of my own experience. But
thank you, Molly. I appreciate that. Molly chose a video game controller looking forlorn in between the words, try again. Try again. I will try again. I will say to that, I will say...
You look like a Lord of the Rings elf.
Sorry, Molly. Somebody had to tell you, and it wasn't a private, anonymous Reddit account. Just kidding.
What up, homie?
What up, homie? Thank you very much, Molly. I appreciate that. Okay, and this again, for the millionth time here. Trigger warning, this is where it gets a little bit darker in this section here.
Broadly, these other folks were also doxxed, harassed, defamed, stalked. My friends' addresses have been posted. They've been emailed by people pretending to be lawyers. They've been accused of committing tax fraud. They spoke so frequently of my friend's newborn baby that when you would Google that baby's name...
I hate to... Okay, I'm sorry that I'm laughing. It's like, what is the baby gonna read the Reddit thread? Like, I don't know. It's also like, how about you keep your baby off the internet, okay? Those are the people you need to worry about. People saying, get your baby off the internet. The people you need to worry about, there are people who are like, keep your baby on the internet. Yeah, keep the baby. We love your baby on the internet. Like, come on, the baby.
A hate thread would pop up.
I don't know.
And I know firsthand, at least 5 women who were talked about on that thread had suicidal thoughts. I know 2 women who will never interact with the internet or social media in any sort of a public way ever again because of all of this.
Smart.
But here's where the story takes a turn. I plan to discuss this process more in the future, but God, what a journey we're already on here. So for the sake of brevity, over a year ago, a digital forensics investigator stepped in and began working her way up through the ranks of this thread, making all these people believe she was one of them. Which this should also serve as a warning to people on the internet. Even if you are an anonymous person, you shouldn't trust other anonymous people. But she's able to prove these people's identities with endless screenshots and data collection, along with cross-referencing photos these individuals posted on like other Reddit threads, but with their same username, and on their Instagrams, which were very clearly their usernames.
The thing is, like, okay, the biggest accusations are my phone number was posted, my address was posted, my friends were doxxed, they were stalked. I have not seen one piece of evidence to prove that. All I saw was the one thing that said, I found a house on the Salt Lake City Assessor's website, which is a public records website. And it says, oh, I want to see that. And it said sent. So that was private between those Redditors. Now you can agree or disagree with the like ethics of that and whether that makes you a bad person all day. However, again, like she's choosing to go view this. I have not seen any evidence. That was probably the most egregious thing I've seen, which was still them trying to keep it private so that no one publicly would go and like do anything. I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to make excuses because I understand the frustration of people watching these influencers just say whatever and lie and do all this. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm too soft, but it seems like an overreaction.
Real simple example. Here's a photo that Cody White, one of the creators of the thread, posted of her dog on her public Instagram account. And here is a nearly identical photo Cody posted of her dog under her Reddit username.
Now, what if we search this dog and there's hate about this dog on the internet? How would you feel? This dog is going to have to grow up and read about himself in 20 years. How dare you? Okay, sorry. I'm joking. I'm taking it too far. I'm sorry.
Here's some other things posted under that very same Reddit username. But it's all that.
I'm a mod. Oh, she said she's a mod. Oh, she's fucked out. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting too excited. It's not even exciting. It's just like, it's been a journey. Okay, so she's searching exhale deeply, which apparently is a exhale. I don't know what this is. She's highlighting it. So she's a mod of exhale deeply. Okay.
That investigator's hard work. God, I love her. That brings us here today. I used to think that a handful of people on the internet hating you wouldn't matter if there were so many thousands of people that were supportive and cared about you and liked following you. But nowadays that doesn't mean anything because one person can create 40 accounts and send 100 different messages or leave 20 anonymous comments and suddenly that's an uproar.
Is it, or is it 40 people who don't like you and are just expressing their opinion? I don't know. Like, it's all fake and it's a conspiracy. Or it's like a bunch of people who have Finstas or don't post that much or do post and have private accounts that aren't sharing their entire life on the internet and are saying, I don't like her. It's like, you got to figure out how to deal with that. That's going to happen all throughout life. It's like, you got to put your seatbelt on. Yeah, it's annoying. No one wants to do it, I guess. But you still got to do it. Like, just get over it. There's certain things you have to get over in life, unfortunately. Rebecca Romana. Sorry, Romana. What the hell? Am I on Romana lettuce? Rebecca Romana. Trying not to cry over school. Oh, no. Not your Viking homework. Is it Viking homework again? Or is it Crusaders time now? I'm not freaking fine. Ugh, no one's freaking fine, okay? These days, no one's freaking fine. And, oh, where is that? Where is she? Kathy, where did you go? Oh, she's here.
You're not freaking fine.
You're not freaking fine. And also, Rebecca, I have to say this.
People want their news from flawless, beautiful faces.
Ain't it the truth, Rebecca? Thank you very much. Okay, here we go. We're almost at the end, I swear to God.
The best part, these folks now, they didn't have to provide context, photos, proof. They didn't have to say their name, a photo of their face. Nothing. Not a damn thing. These people's...
Apparently neither did you, because I'm still waiting for proof of cyberbullying and harassment and stalking and, like, where's all of that? That's what I was promised.
Behavior was enabled by so many different parties. This thread was not some underground, unknown thing. People in the industry would see one screenshot they thought was interesting or one inflammatory accusation from this thread about myself or anyone else mentioned, and they'd just run off and use that for like their content, for their podcasts and their print articles. They'd scroll through, look.
And again, like, what do you want? Like, kill all journalists? Like, I don't understand where the line ends. Like, you have your comments on your page, right? Again, she's got a public account. If you don't want anyone looking that could potentially not like what they see, you gotta limit it. You gotta filter it yourself. You are responsible for that. I don't understand the world that you think you live in.
Looking for the little parts they could use, but they never seemed to stop and take a step back and see this whole thing for what it was, which from start to finish was a blatant hate page, plain and simple. And people gave this thing merit. They gave it airtime. They didn't treat it like it was dangerous. They treated it like it was entertaining. They made it seem normal or almost expected. You're an influencer. What did you expect?
Yeah.
In fact, many folks seem to file it under the holding influencers accountable category. But maybe we're all ready as a society to admit that the whole holding people accountable is just a fancy way of saying, I'm going to call out the people I already hate.
Well, I mean, she's not wrong, I suppose. It makes it easier to hold people accountable you don't already like or don't know and hear the limited information and go, yeah, that sounds pretty shitty. Okay, this one says, even more infuriating, this thread that people said fell under the holding influencers accountable category quite literally said themselves that they were not expecting to actually hold influencers accountable. They just wanted to talk shit, as is their right. Okay, so this is from someone on the page. It says, I saw something posted last night in last week's thread and wanted to bring it up again because I think it's an important topic and would hate to see it get buried. We are only a few short months away from this sub being 2 years old. With the book release happening and the potential influx of new sub members, I wanted to remind everyone of some ground rules. How horrible to you, person, to have ground rules. Ugh, okay. Things you can say. Brie got Botox. The injections look horrible. Her face looks so different compared to 5 years ago. Oh God, Reddit is such a weird place. Okay. Brie looks like trash and wears dumb clothes. These are just opinions. Brie's hair, well, I guess Brie got Botox unless she, well, I mean, you can say it on Reddit, but like, if she says she got Botox, then I guess you can say she got Botox. But if she doesn't say she got Botox, I don't know if it's fair to say she got it. Okay, Brie's hair is fried. She should stop bleaching it. Brie's skin looks like leather. She should wear sunscreen and stop ruining her complexion. God. Brie has that puffy alcoholic face. Okay, this is a little mean, but still, okay, that's your own morals to post this or not. Willie looks so old. Are we sure he isn't in his 40s? Willie is ugly and resembles characters from shows where they are made fun of because of their looks. Grizz looks like she smells and her house looks messy. Okay. Oh, okay, wait. I guess this is all bullshit. Okay, let me finish this post. I'm like missing something. Things you can't say. Brody has small dick energy, not to be confused with saying he has an actual small dick. This is all said in sarcasm and meant to highlight the double standards often found within this sub. I know that 2 wrongs don't make a right, but it also should be said that the complex men have around their dick size is something that society has put on them, not this sub. Nobody is pointing at Grody and saying, haha, look at him and his tiny dick. It's also worth mentioning that I'm not sitting here trying to point fingers. I just want to make sure that people in a snark sub don't get all self-righteous on language used here if it's not going to be consistent. Careful before you fall off that high horse. I don't want anyone getting hurt. Stop trying to win the race of being the most woke person in the sub. We are in a effing snark sub on Reddit, not some elite forum meant for intellectual discussions. I sure hope nobody in here actually thinks we can hold any of these OIs, accountable, and therefore this sub needs to remain legitimate. That ship has sailed. We are in here talking shit as a form of release and venting because the actions of these morons is infuriating. Okay. So he was saying there's a double standard. So that happens in Reddit too. A lot of people will say like, well, this is off limits. Like they'll say, you're wrinkly and ugly. Okay. And then they'll say, but don't talk about this thing because, don't say they're fat because that is offensive to me. So there is a double standard that happens. It happens in the Hollis Reddit, it has in the past about what is acceptable to talk about, what is not. And that is part of the debate back and forth. And that is also part of the mods. So I understand what he's saying here. But that, I don't know. That's all pretty mean. But again, I rather have people talk about it in a Reddit thread than go comment that on her page. So.
Because to this day, no one has ever really explained to me what it was that I was being held accountable for.
Lying about running your dog over, your ex-husband being the person that ran your dog over, and then apparently, allegedly being sort of rude to people who wanted refunds, and whether that's true or not, I don't know, and not saying where the rest of the money went. That's what I understand.
My dog's accident, the one I've apologized for on a weekly basis for years.
Well, not for 2 years after it happened, because you didn't tell anyone until 2020, and it happened in 2018, so...
The one that ruined my life, that destroyed my marriage, that turned me into this awful, defensive version of myself.
Yeah, hitting your dog really ruins your life, and that should be everyone's pity or something. I don't know. This is weird. You hit your dog and lied about it, and now somehow it ruined your life, and that's not okay.
I live with this every day. I have to see Dagwood scars every day. This has no bearing on anyone's life but mine. So how much more accountable do I have to be? Like, what penance do I need to pay? What is going to be enough that I'm accountable now, right? Like, ultimately, these people left the computer screen and infiltrated my real life.
Now, this part, I'm like, did they? I don't know. If someone showed up in person and said, I'm here to hold you accountable, absolutely call the police immediately. That is not acceptable behavior. But some people through the internet wrote to some of her sponsors and said, I don't agree with this person. Here's a Reddit thread that proves that. The book still went through. Nothing was affected there. She said the sponsors that she got that dumped her for her reasoning being that she like that it was bullying and harassment, wanted her back. And she said no. So what really happened? I'm still confused.
My private.
How did it become in your real life? Your ex-husband chose to go on the Reddit thread. That's his choice. And his personal connection to you is not the fault of the Reddit community.
Life. And to say that I am traumatized is a grievous understatement. I know for a fact I won't ever be the same because of all of this. Because with this level of dedication and obsession and relentlessness, you start to feel like I must deserve this. I must be that bad. I must be that much of a burden to the people
around me. And I must be all the things they're saying that I am. And I've never felt that hopeless.
Again, like, I feel badly that she feels this emotional, but I think I should never say a negative comment again in my life for fear that it could cause someone to feel bad? It just doesn't seem realistic.
I drove.
Okay, I've said it a billion times. This is the actual part that I was like, are you okay? Like, you need to seek help immediately by posting this to the internet. And the fact that people are sharing this around, saying this is like such a great video and like, go girl, you go, and not suggesting that she get immediate help right now is shocking to me. Shocking. This is the part. So don't listen if it's going to affect you. It's talking about suicide in a very graphic way.
To a sporting goods store in the summer of 2021, and I bought a handgun. And I sat up at my trailer the following day just holding it. I had previously told my therapist that the only way I was going to make this stop is if I opened Instagram Live and blew my head off. And even now, even saying this right now, there's this like muscle memory in my brain of just like hearing them laughing at me or hearing them just take like delight in what I just said.
I don't think anyone would.
I used to say that I'd been canceled, but it went so much further than that. I wasn't canceled. I was stalked and doxxed and defamed and harassed.
That's what I was promised with this video, basically. Like, this is in the title. Like, I, have all this proof. All those claims. I was doxxed, I was harassed, I was defamed. I have not seen any shred of evidence. I've seen mean comments. I've seen people reaching out to your sponsors and Airbnb, things that I think have crossed the line. But this response seems excessive, and the way that she's handling it is doxing them back as if that's necessary and fine. I'm not on board with this. I'm sorry, I do not support this.
Tortured. Why? Because it was fun for them.
Let me go back a second.
Why?
Oh, wait.
Than that, I wasn't canceled. I was stalked and doxxed and defamed and harassed and tortured. Why? Because it was fun for them.
I don't know. I need the proof. Like, what example is torture? Knowing that there's people out there that don't like you, like knowing that is torture, that's unfair to now take those people and blast their names online.
It was their hobby. They quite literally refer to themselves as a community.
This is a community as well. I have fun dissecting influencer videos. I'm sorry. I'm a messed up person. I do go to therapy. I can't help it. And it's free country. What do you want me to do about it? Okay. It says, end of an era. Goodbye, MS. Hi, y'all. The mod team have been discussing the latest doxing event nonstop for the last 2 days. This sub has now gone through several doxing events, and each time we have worked hard to ensure that the sub remained active. It's why rules were introduced, why the community went private a few times, and a bunch of other things that happened behind the scenes to make sure we could keep snarking. Over the last 2 days, BM has shown, that's her, obviously, has shown that she is willing to break laws, cyberstalk, harass, and blackmail people to get her way. Apparently, being on vacation in New Zealand and enjoying having tons of money, privilege, fame, etc., was just too boring, and she needed to stir up some drama in her life. The truth is, this sub lives rent-free in her head, and she is obsessed with us and addicted to the drama she creates every time she mentions us. A lot of people have now been doxxed, and sensitive personal information was shared to Brianna's 290,000, which is now like 300,000 plus, followers. Ultimately, the mod team has decided that our priority is to protect the safety and privacy of our community. We don't feel good about standing by while she continues to attack people. We've fought for this sub a lot of times, and we have had our personal info leaked as well. Brianna needs serious help, and since she's not going to get it or acknowledge that what she's doing is fucked up, the least we can do is try to ensure that no one else in our community gets hurt. Reddit does not give the option to delete a community, so we will be dismantling the sub over the next 24 hours. You are welcome to go ahead and leave the sub. We will be removing members starting tomorrow. We want to allow some time for folks to delete sensitive comments, save screenshots, do whatever housekeeping they need to do before the community is locked. We're bummed it had to come to this, but we care more about your privacy than we do about fighting to keep the sub. Y'all are welcome to start a new sub if you like, but this one will be scrubbed clean. Love y'all, stay safe, keep it weird. That sounds to me like this accusation basically is like, so there's no truth to that, Brianna? Because it sounds like you got their name somehow by digital sleuthing and stuff. So they're making the claims that you're harassing them, but that's not okay. You can make this video and say all these people are horrible and show the screenshots and all that. Okay, and everyone's on your team. But then you're doing the same exact thing to them, but that's not acceptable. It's like, well, I'm sticking up for myself. It's like they're sticking up for their position as well as consumers of media, and you and their customers, essentially, potential customers at least, by watching your stuff and buying your books and all that. So it just, again, it's like, oh, it's okay for me to do whatever I want because I have feelings, but it's not okay for you to do anything you want because your feelings are invalid. It's like, how is that fair? It's not at all. And that sounds like they're trying to protect the people in their group, which I respect.
These are genuinely dangerous people. And
How?
after writing all this down...
How have you proven that they're dangerous in any way? Your ex-husband seems to be fine communicating with them. I don't know. You felt it was okay for you to be in a relationship with him for 11 years, so wouldn't he be sort of like, oh, they're normal and okay? Like, where is the burning gun? Where is the smoking gun? Where is the red handprint? I'm not seeing it.
I'm sitting here saying all of this out loud, one after another. I'm just still in complete shock at what they were able to do. I also very much believe that the world deserves to know exactly who they are.
Why?
So, you want...
Why? Why is this your conclusion? Because when people feel like they've been lied to, manipulated, treated badly, people get angry. And people are going to do stuff with that anger. People can choose violence. They can, choose verbal abuse. They will do something. They can repress it and get really angry inside and keep it all bottled in and take it out on someone else. Okay. One of those ways to deal with that is to create a Reddit community to discuss people and to make fun of them, yes. To talk about things that annoy them, yes. To point out lies and inconsistencies in their influencer lifestyle, yes. But isn't that a much less hurtful way than going onto Reddit, taking people's information and trying to figure out who they are and then putting them into a YouTube video to show, oh, this person from this city is an asshole, and saying they pushed me to the edge where I wanted to kill myself and I bought a gun and I held it to my head and I thought about it. Like, you don't know what people you're sending to now stalk these people in real life or to cause these people harm, because you don't know who your 300,000 followers, you don't know all of them. You don't know what they're capable of. And you're basically incentivizing them to go and find these people and pursue whatever means they feel necessary. It's totally unsafe. She needs to be held responsible. I cannot believe the amount of people I've seen, including people like on my own feeds that I know or like I've seen and I feel like I don't know them in real life, so who really knows. But people I've followed have shared this and said, yes, girl, yes, this is amazing. Fuck those people. It's like, are you nuts? Are you insane? Like, this is the world you want to live in? When someone gets angry that someone said, oh, she's annoying and she ran over her dog, that they deserve to be treated this way? I cannot be on board. I'm sorry.
Wanted the tea? There's the whole damn pot.
There was nothing.
This story is so bizarre, so embarrassing to tell. I feel humiliated having.
She's told this story, and again, I'm going to show Instagram stories after this, over and over and over and over and over again. You don't seem that humiliated by it.
To share all of this, but this really happened to me and to a lot of people that I care about. And so many people let it happen.
Who, Reddit?
Because apparently we live in a world where someone who doesn't like you can just accuse you of something without any proof and effectively dismantle your entire life.
I don't think that's true. I think that people probably try to do that to influencers and say, Selena Gomez said this and this happened and this happened. And like their sponsors are like, okay, whatever. And they roll their eyes. But I think what's going on here is that she did something and people were pointing it out to the sponsors and they said, oh shit, okay, well, I guess we'll not, complete our contract or whatever. But there has been even no proof of that. I haven't seen proof of that happening either. So I've seen a lot of nothing. A lot of like people tried and they failed. So, and she's like, I'm fine, I'm rich, I have a best-selling book. Okay, so what's the problem? Other than people don't like you and you can't handle it. Seek help.
Apparently we live in a world where a goddamn blue check mark next to my name means I am no longer human. I am fair game. I should just accept it or ignore it. Well, guess what? Being able to ignore it doesn't mean that you should, because ignoring it doesn't make you strong. It makes you complacent. Because there's some folks who can't ignore it and they're taking their own lives because of it. And this isn't a joke. So I'm not going to sit here and be a bystander as the world devolves into this lawless hellhole.
You're participating in it. You cannot say you're above this lawless hellhole while then doxing the people that you claim did this doxing to you. You are in the middle of the hellhole. You are the leader of the hellhole right now. Like, I don't know how she can't see it, and I don't know how other people I can't see it either.
In which people like this win. So I am going to take this story as far and as wide as I need to, because I'm going to make sure everyone knows what this has been like. And I'm going to make sure anyone who ever wants to leave another nasty anonymous comment thinks twice.
Okay. So now she's going to do her big reveal of the people that have wronged her. I mean, here, I'm not going to play it. Let's just go here. Hold on. So this is her attempt at doxing. So it says, without further ado, here is just a few of the people who effed around and are about to find out. So she's definitely more mature and, much more concerned about people's safety than she is. But basically, so I'm going to skip over the names, but I'll read you the Reddit threads. Now, trust me. So I won't say the names, but I'll say what they're, okay, this person is apparently a scientist, okay? And she says their full name, first and last name, their career type, and their state. I will only say their title. Their comment was, and then she shows the Reddit name, their name, and their flair. Hold on, let me put myself here. Let me put myself on the road. Okay. So it says, I didn't check the sub yesterday, just caught up. I see the insufferable cunt is still being uniquely cunty. Fuck you, Brianna. Fuck you. That's the comment she thinks deserves. That person needs to be exposed. And again, sending this to her 300,000 followers to say, do what you will with this information. I'm above it all. It's just shocking. Like, that's what that is not like, that's a mean comment on a Reddit thread, not on your page even. And you're an influencer, for God's sakes. Oh my God. And you wrote a book. I don't know. Okay, here's another one. Okay, this person is a designer. And again, she puts their full name, first and last, and their state. And who says, okay, so this person apparently formed a friendship with her ex-husband through this community, and she says, I hope you're comforting each other tonight. So that Reddit comment that she's mad about, and this is on Blog Snark. So this is like 100 years ago in the timeline. Okay, this is so old. It says, I need a season 2 immediately. I will not stand for a canceled show with her book as the movie. I'm entitled to at least a satisfying ending where all my questions get answered. She needs to stop acting like I am a terrible person for being curious. Anyone who comments on her account with all of that, quote, you don't owe anybody anything, take all the time you need, it's none of our business, insert 100 orange hearts, drivel is completely full of shit. They want to know too. I'm guessing that's in relation to the dog situation. Again, is that worth putting that person out there and saying, this person deserves to be publicly shamed for what they said about me? No. She's like, this person deserves to tell the truth. I want to know the truth about what happened. How dare you? Okay. Another person, she says her name, and then she says, I know you were involved quite a bit. She meant to say quite, but I do want to thank you for being one of the only ones that asked for proof that I didn't refund people, which were obviously never delivered to you or anyone. Okay. And her comment is, the reason she deserves to be doxxed is, I need a season 2 immediately. I will not stand for a canceled show with her book as a movie. I am entitled to at least a satisfying ending where all my questions get answered. She needs to stop acting like I am a terrible person for being curious. Okay. So I guess that person above was using a sub tweet or like a sub, I don't know. That person was responding. Again, I'm not horrified and going, oh my God, how horrible. You said that on Blog Snark. You deserve to be publicly exposed. Okay, this person is as a moderator for the sub. And her comment is, oh, Brie, honey, it's because you used your platform to advocate for and save the dog you nearly killed for clout. Had you not done that, significantly less people would give a shit how you use your platform now. You lonely, miserable cunt. Again, I'm not hearing, I'm coming to your house with the machete. I'm just not hearing that. I'm sorry. I think my threshold's pretty high, but I'm waiting for the outrage. Okay, now this is her former sister-in-law, where she names first and last name. This is what she said. Warning, I'm a snarky bitch. And secondly, I hate everything about this Facebook post. Her fucking orange bandana, jeans, and fringe jean jacket. Gross. Her creepy finger tickling her manuscript. Her lame as fuck caption of laboring for years. Watching her bean grow. Everything fucking hate it. I'm happy it's done. Let's read this manipulation of her life story and try not to throw up. You see, children, she's a true hero, a real mother, teaching all of us peons our queen bee barf. Again, this is someone apparently you know in real life, so I give them even more authority to make negative comments because they're actually, they actually know you in real life, apparently. Here's another one. More from my former sister-in-law. Then she names her. Says, I'll squash your worries. As his sister, I'll have his back too. We can only hope Brianna stays in her lane. I joined social media for Brianna and Keith, despite not liking her personally. And worse yet, I started liking her over Instagram briefly against my in real life experience. Now I have 4 Instagram accounts due to relentless Brie blocking. I'm ashamed I let myself be romanticized by her, no matter how brief it was. I'm a hopeless idiot. And she says, how awful, you had to make 4 accounts due to relentless blocking. And then someone says, wait, I feel like there is more to this story. Purge, friend, be free. And she says, I already feel so dirty. I want to shower. If I didn't know her in real life, I might have orange overalls. I don't know, maybe. Okay. Also, what do you want people to do with the information that your ex-husband's mom hates you? Like, what are we supposed to do with that? It's not like you're doxing a stranger who's too afraid to be on the internet. Like, she obviously said who she was already. So what are you doing I think all she's doing is she's trying to incite somebody who's her super fan to go and like hurt these people. Honestly, that's how it reads to me. She's trying to make it seem like I almost took my own life And these people caused me to do that. And again, do whatever you want to do with that information because these people deserve to burn. Like, that's what she's saying. And if someone gets hurt, it's like, well, it's not my fault. I didn't say it explicitly. It's like, yeah, but you put their job title, the state, and their full name. So people can read between the lines, as you know, obviously. It says, this is blank, obviously, because she was kind enough to tweet this despite already being linked to her username, blank. And they say, oh, the irony of a woman not noticing her dog attacking another while at an off-leash dog park because she's too busy reading Brianna Madia's new book. Okay, that one's not even like about you. That one's like not even about you. It's about someone else reading your book, and it's ironic. Okay, then she says, this is blank, a blank from blank. And the comment is, I'm honestly surprised that a comment I left from a burner account didn't get deleted. I thought for sure I would earn my block by Brie within a matter of hours, but it's been 2 days. And says, she posted that the dog, Dagwood, like injuries, is available for adoption and all the vet bills were paid up, but she didn't donate an effing dime to that GoFundMe. The GoFundMe isn't just for Rudy, it's for other dogs. She did pay the bills for Rudy specifically, $7,000. I looked at the GoFundMe that was linked prior. My bad. Do you have a link or screenshots? I messaged a screenshot to the mods, but I don't know if they've done anything with it. And then, so she's commented and said, of course they didn't. It doesn't fit their narrative. And she says, thank you for telling this truth. And I guess that's her husband, her ex-husband. I don't know. Again, all of this is like niche drama. And it's not like, I don't know. I've already said that a million times. Okay. And it says, oh, and while we're on the topic of receipts they supposedly had, this is from her former brother-in-law. Okay, so again, someone who apparently knows her in real life. Maybe it was drugs and alcohol that made her made her take a nasty spill. She's no stranger to either. And then someone said, and then she names this person. She abuses a lot of drugs. We have more than enough receipts to support this. And someone says, I'm curious about this. Where can I find receipts? And someone says, yeah, sorry, can't share those receipts. Feel free to not believe us, though. The few here who have come forward are afraid of getting recognized. Well, with good reason, obviously. Also, I'm assuming I'm also gonna be doxxed. So, please start a GoFundMe for my legal fees, and I don't know, protection, security system. And says, okay, cool, I understand. Can you clarify for me, though, that Coke is confirmed? As a 420 friendly gal myself, I don't want to conflate smoking weed with serious drug abuse. It'd be something I could figure out for myself if the receipts were available, but I understand why they aren't, so I just wanted to confirm. And then someone says, you just have to trust us. Okay. And then she says, this is blank she claims it's a therapist, in all caps. This person's a therapist with clapping hands. Like, how dare she? This person says, WTF is she going what WTF is she going to write about? Also, I think it's weird that she vanished off Instagram oh, my sad mental health. But really, she was just focusing on a work project. Why all the theatrics? Also, besides social media, what can she even write about? Dox her, go to her house and commit a crime for saying that to me. I don't know. Okay, there's more. She posed, yeah. This is not 200, but she did post quite a bit of people's names. Another one. So a lot of these people are her family members. This is her former brother-in-law. And she says his job and state. Why? I don't know. I don't know. This is another repeat about the drugs. Okay, this is a woman. That's all I'm going to say. This is a woman. It says, I have a feeling her demise might come a lot sooner than we might think. And then someone else says, it really feels... Okay, so she said, I'm not going to reveal this person's name because she basically made a plea deal to save her own ass. Okay. And it says, it really feels like it's just going to be any day now. I can't wait. I'll be ready with popcorn and ice cream for everyone. I'm going to bring a shitty crudité platter from Walmart because that's the quality she deserves. She said, there will be a costume contest. Please come dressed as your favorite cringy Brianna moment. Bonus points for dogs who also come in costume. First prize wins a whiskey bottle full of sand. Bring a dish that pairs well with Schadenfreude. So she's basically saying, she said at the top, this woman can't wait for me to die. Maybe that's what they're talking about. I think demise in this case is like her cancellation, but who knows? I don't know. I think she has a thing about like, oh, everyone's out to get me and hates me and I'm the worst and they all want me to die. But in reality, I've never seen that type of behavior on Reddit in a group like this. Now, can it exist? Of course. Okay, this person is a scientist. They said, I see she's taking a page out of Bree's book, or maybe they share a book at this point, of weaponizing suicide to prove her side of things. Want to talk about shameful things? Maybe she should look at her own tweets. Okay. That is an opinion that should not be allowed on this earth. Doxed. Okay, this is another person. She said, Bastard Madia, please, just let Bucket and Dags retire with their dad so they can have adequate care. You're such a pathetic excuse for a dog mom. Having pets is about caring for something other than yourself, not followers and sponsorships. Not that you are ever much good at caring for anyone but yourself, but it's never too late to start. Now, why in the world would that person deserve to be doxxed? She's saying, please take care of your dogs better. Like, what is this? Okay, this is someone, and she even says the status of her citizenship. She tells you that, so in case you were wondering. And says this person is a dog trainer. And their comment, this is on Blog Snark from 2020. Okay, so she went back in the archives for this one. This quote says, I don't believe for one single nanosecond that she is legitimately suicidal. She's attention seeking. She had to confess and found a great way to deflect the blowback. Well played, lady. Deserves to be doxxed. Okay. This person, she puts her maiden name and the person's married name and where they're from. And it says, and then she adds this comment, the part about how reckless the anonymity of Reddit is just so true, isn't it? Okay, and this person who deserves to be doxxed, I'm saying this sarcastically, obviously, their comment was, that's what makes all of this fucking hilarious. I never even knew this all existed. And when I discovered it, I thought, well, this is amazing. I think I stumbled on it when KB mentioned it in something. I think she outed someone or something. Okay. I lurked for a couple of months and finally had to join. I couldn't bite my tongue anymore. Call it FOMO, but hey, I don't totally understand Reddit yet, but the idea that they all lurk here and then go and subtly make notes over there and we get to watch both go down. It's fucking brilliant. Also, the anonymity is reckless. It's great. The internet is a beautiful place. I have been catching up for somewhere around 4 hours. I'm not even embarrassed about it. Deserves to be doxxed. Enjoying Reddit too much. How dare she? Screw off. Okay, this is blank from blank. They said, I just hate her. I hate her and I hate Hannah Haller, who's got an account apparently, who's an influencer, I guess. Pretentious white cows who center themselves over everything. I would love to punt them, and since they traipse around naked everywhere, it wouldn't be hard to land. Again, like, maybe I am just the coolest person in the world, but I'm just like, this sounds mean, but that's it. And mean is not illegal. And being mean doesn't mean you should put their names and states and cities where they're from and their careers to try to incite violence against them or incite some sort of harassment against them, in my opinion. Okay. This person lives in blank and works at a shelter. She must be a horrible person then. That person says, that car should have tipped over so Squilliam could get an idea of what a moron Bree is. Instead, she barely pulls it off and gets her ego stroked. Nice. Exactly why she loves her OA. I don't even know what that means. So if you're offended by that, maybe I'm missing something that's horrendously wrong.
Okay. These are like the last two, maybe. This is blank from blank. She's a model and wannabe writer. Oh my God, she called her a wannabe writer. That's harassment. We should dox you back into a forever back and forth insult fest. Because she said she's a wannabe and she truly is a writer. Okay. This one says, some of the comments she posted were unverified accounts and have since been deleted by mods. Of course, she doesn't post that stuff. Don't know what that means. This one says, Brianna is a narcissist and seems to have all the qualities and traits of a sociopath. If I've learned anything from therapy, it's that they only know what you're willing to tell them. And if she's a narcissistic sociopath with her therapist, she most definitely lies and manipulates. I assume she runs through therapists at a rapid clip, probably as soon as one disagrees with her or tries to guide her behavior. She probably leaves them for another. It takes years to build a relationship with a therapist, so each new therapist she sees probably has no idea of her true nature. This is just a theory. She used the photo of her grandma with the shotgun and cigarette and dead possum before to illustrate how badass the women in her family are. There's nothing badass about killing a possum. I hope the tree she bought in her grandma's name becomes the dedicated home to hundreds of wild possums. Is that supposed to be offensive, Brianna? Like, what? That is like very much like, I don't want to kill possums either. I love possums. We have possums in our backyard. And if I saw someone kill a possum, I'd probably leave a hate comment too. So sue me, dox me, I don't know. Sue me, dox me, if you want to reach me. I'll be on Reddit. Call me, beat me, if you want to reach me. But dox me, don't you say. Okay, I don't know. Becoming loopy. Okay, and then a person that she's already talked about several times in the video, again. Okay, now this is their comment again. And then she said, okay, so his comment is, Brie, you were alone in Mexico on your 30th birthday because you fucking ditched your husband while he was in medical care and left his family to care for him when he was released while you got fucked up on a beach. Fuck you, my dude. Wow, docs. Docs approved. I don't know. Okay, and this person is a photographer. Seriously, fuck this victim crying bitch, always trying to warp shit to fit her victim narrative. I hope she continues to live a lonely life, chasing random thrills with random people so she can try to feel an ounce of emotion that she had before she sold her soul and morals to social media and fame. Deserves to be doxxed. Okay, there's a couple more. Okay, this person's name from place. She lives her life in service of Jesus. Okay, so everyone knows if you love Jesus, you aren't allowed to have opinions. Okay, this is what she said. Her nose must be toasted from COVID. Camel's breath smells wretched. They chew their cud, so it's a rotten, fermented smell coming from them. Quite different than a horse. Okay, is she talking about her or is she talking about an actual camel? She's like talking about an actual camel. I don't know. I need context. I'm missing something here. And this person is, okay, she says she's a writer and her own mother enjoys participating in this thread as well. And they said, yes, it's COVID that has toasted her nose and not something else that starts with the C ... Doxed. Okay. Says her name and says, also, she's a mother. So you can't be a mother and have opinions either. She said, she used to have hips and now they're virtually gone. It's like she has a totally different figure. I've wondered if maybe on one of her breaks, she got lipo or cool sculpting or something. You can't think or speculate if someone's gotten cool sculpting, Karen. Everyone knows that, okay? That's not her name. I'm saying that as the Mean Girls. You can't just ask someone if they're white. You can't just assume on a Reddit thread that someone had cool sculpting. God. Okay. This person is a wannabe influencer. So you can't be a wannabe something in her life. That is an insult to Brianna. This is their comment. Of course, she's so enraptured with herself, she rewatches her own content. No surprise there. She doesn't think anyone is better than her. She probably points her camera at her bunghole so she can watch herself shit. She's that absolutely full of herself. Deserves to be doxxed. Okay, and then the last and final slide. I swear to God, we're at the end of this. It says more names to come. Here, wait. Here, I can bring it back now. We've gotten through the doxing. I did not want to participate in doxing of people who are expressing themselves on Reddit. Sorry. says, more names to come in a much shorter video. LOL. Takeaway, you are anonymous on the internet right up until you're fucking not. So, am I nuts here? Am I missing something? Am I missing the main attraction of this? Like, I was, I was open-minded. I swear to God, I went into it thinking like, well, this seems a little extreme. But then people are like, no, this is real. These people are horrible. They really stalked her, harassed her, cyberbullied her. I was like, okay, all right, let me go look. Let me look and be open-minded. And then I watched this video and I was like, I'm missing it. Like, I understand. Okay, let's go to final thoughts and also how this is spreading now through the internet. Final thoughts are, if you're going to be an influencer and you're thinking about it, this is a possible outcome. Now, not every influencer that has influenced deserves a Reddit thread, and most people don't. There's people who have faked where they've come from. They've said they're from Spain and they're not, and people find that fascinating to discuss, and I understand that impulse. Do I think some of the things cross the line? In my opinion, in my moral compass, yes. I don't think anyone should reach out at all. I don't even think you should comment on someone you don't like's Instagram or DMs or anything. I used to think you should when I was not a creator and not someone who was a big internet person, to be honest, until like 3 years ago. And now I feel the opposite. I have changed and evolved to think like, it doesn't change. I thought like, oh, they should tell the person they're unhappy. Influencers are going to influence the way they want to. Writers and whatever, like they're not going to change their behavior based on comments. So it's pointless and just actually is a waste of your time as well. And it can be hurtful to the person. And I think it's unfair to put your opinions perhaps on their world. Like for me, like if I have to open YouTube to clear the messages or clear the, what has been updated, I'm forced to look at it in a way. I'm not forced to go on a Reddit page about me. I'm not forced to watch someone's YouTube video they made about me. So I feel that's fair game. But I can also see like, if you want to reduce the harm while still expressing yourself, do it on these other places. Make your own YouTube video. Okay. Obviously I'm doing that right now. If you want to participate in a snark page, I think that's totally fine. Should you share people's addresses? Absolutely not. Should you share people's phone numbers? Absolutely not. Should you show up at this person's event and look at them and do something to them that's harmful? No, absolutely not. I do not condone any of those things, any of those measures. What I saw here did not cross my lines into deserves to be outed and, ridiculed publicly for having these negative opinions. That's my personal take on this. I feel badly that she has emotional, mental trauma and problems from being an influencer. I think the best thing she could do is step 1, turn her comments off, which she has not done. Step 2, go private and vet every single person you accept. But I don't think she's going to do that because I think she likes the attention and I think she likes to have sponsorships and people watching her stuff and a place to vent her frustrations at the world. Let's watch, before we go on completely, and by go on I mean go home, let's watch some of her Instagram stories because she has shared quite a bit about how hard it is for her to talk about the story, 100 times. And she continues to share people's who are supporting her, their support of her, which is fine. But I just find it to be they're changing it to match their own narrative at this point. Oh, and one of the people, so we'll go jump around for a second. One of the people who's jumped on board on this is, another victim, Brittany Dawn, who is literally going to be in court because she allegedly defrauded people from her website, her fitness account. And so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but basically she said that for the last, 4 years, she's remained silent and composed about all of the hate that she has gotten and the videos being made about her, and that she has decided to remain silent because she's, above that. And she's watched as people have used her name for clout and have invented narratives about her. She has watched them come after my income, my family, my home, and my life, but I have been patiently waiting and taking my orders from the King of Kings. Okay, God. Okay, shocking. So she's talking about this, and then at the end, she says, there is a fire building within my heart, like a lion roaring on the inside of me. If you think you'll never be found behind an anonymous account and will be held accountable for damages, threats, defamation, and slander, think again. Christians might be gentle, but we are not soft. And then someone says, you have chosen to endure the majority of that, to be on social media. I don't understand that. Like, heart. It's like, you have come after my family, who I have shared endlessly. I have hours of footage I have shared myself of my family. You've come for them by commenting on said footage. My career, I have done everything publicly on the internet as my career. You have come for that because you are a customer of it. It's like, I don't know. I feel zero sympathy for, like, again, if you choose a career, if you were I don't know, race car driver, and you're like, I hate driving. I have to be a race car driver, and I am traumatized every time I get behind the wheel. I'm like, okay, well, you got 20,000 options that you can do otherwise. No, but I need the money from this because it makes me a lot of money, and I like the clout that it gives me from being a race car driver. It's like, am I supposed to feel bad for you for having these? Like, come on, give me a break. Also, okay, while it's transferring, let's just go into her stories now because she's talking about it today too. Course. Oh yeah, she's gonna have merch. She's gonna have merch for this doxing, this doxing scenario. As someone with merch who's like, you know, okay, choose sadness merch available now. Link below. I don't care. Do merch for whatever you want. It's a free country. You know, I'm not judging like doing it or not or having merch or not. But like, isn't it funny? Like, this is the most horrendous experience in my entire life. I can barely speak about it. Yet merch is available from this experience, commemorating this experience. It says, hi friends. And this, she's like gonna share like, I'm not gonna hurt the environment by making this. So pre-order now. Hi friends, by popular demand, I'm going to order up a bunch of these stickers, but I try to create as little waste as possible. I feel like I'm in a peoplehood class. I feel that. So I'm going to put them up as pre-orders only, so I only order what's needed. Okay, or you could just do a print on demand like everybody else does, but okay. Fuck around, find out. She's so cool. Okay. Sorry, here we go. Here's from today. This is from 9 hours ago.
So I was talking to my friend last
Okay, wait, I gotta raise it up. This is low as hell. Come on, speak up.
night, and she was like curious about all this press interviews and people wanting to know about this and figuring out how to do this podcast and all of this becoming like a really big kind of deal. And she was like, you have the strength to sort of be the unwilling face of this, maybe.
Oh, you're willing. Give me a break, your unwilling face of this. You made a 40-minute video and have made 1,000 stories about it since this happened. You are more than willing. Also, Brianna, if you want to come on my show to talk about it, I will gladly have you on. I am not an anonymous figure that's lurking and doxing people and whatever. I would love to have a conversation. If you see this video and you're interested, please, let's have a conversation about it. I think as from your perspective, as influencer who's been harassed, allegedly, and me as someone who understands the frustration of people who are not influencers but have to deal with the culture on the internet, let's hash it out, baby. Let's do it. An open invite. Please contact me. Okay, let's continue.
And she goes, but I do think that you should swear less. I said, the fuck I will. No, I should actually probably swear less. And yet, oh my God. Hi. Several of you have asked what was on my shirt. Let's just say I won't be wearing this on Good Morning America, but it is my jammies.
I thought we were fighting the allegations that we're all on drugs and drugs are bad and we aren't saying that and there's no proof of anything and how dare you say that. Now I wear a shirt that has Bert and Ernie. That's not a microdose. Oh my God.
This is where the people are getting this information to talk about it on Reddit, okay? This is exactly what I'm talking about. You put a shirt like that, it's fine. I have no problems. But if people are like, oh, I think she does drugs, I don't know where you would get that from.
So I've been getting this question about the legal status of all of this. There are 3 people I'm pursuing actual lawsuits against because I just have an overwhelming amount of evidence of their involvement in the loss of my income. And the defamation that went along with that. So
good fucking luck, honestly. Good luck. You ain't gonna get anywhere, honey. You ain't gonna get anywhere. Okay, but try.
That's legitimately concrete illegal. But I guess we forgot about that. Because that's what happens when you think you're anonymous. You think you're never gonna get caught. But y'all got way ahead of yourselves. And
people always think that the legal system gives a shit. They won't even look at cases where people are hurt and financially ruined and out on the street and taking advantage. They're like, no, sorry, it doesn't reach our standards. Good luck. I mean, literally, even with stalking, there's a case that just happened where a woman had a public persona on Clubhouse, that audio app, and she was stalked for a year. And she got murdered. And she had a restraining order against this guy. And she had all the proof in the world that this guy wanted to harm her. And she went to the police and went to the court system. And she still got murdered by this guy. It's they're not going to do anything. So people who are you're going to find out, my lawyer's going to get... It's I always roll my eyes. I'm you haven't been on jury duty like I have, okay? The woman that we talked about, I talked about in last video, I think, or one of the videos, about the court case that I was on. She had an entire hate website about the person that she was accused of stalking, that wasn't even allowed in court because it could have persuaded us not to like her. I don't know. You're not going to take this to court. It's a joke. I'm sorry.
Started doing actual illegal things, and you're going to pay for that. But I was thinking how funny it is that there were so many women on this thread who, let's be honest, wanted what influencers have, wanted to do all the same things and get all the same whatever. And well, guess what, you guys, you did it. You're famous now. As I've mentioned, Katie and I have
and she does a lot of this while driving, by the way. She does a lot of her complaining about doxing or harassment and doxing people while she drives on an open road. So it's really proving the point that she's a safe driver, especially around animals. I don't know. You're proving all the points that people were making. It's making me feel more on their side.
The podcast in the works. I've been doing a bunch of press interviews this week. I spoke with my editor about really talking a bit more about this in my second book, my next draft, than I was ever intending to. Obviously, I was just
Stop driving!
hoping this would all go away, but yeah, I meant what I said. I'm going to take this as far and as wide as I have to.
Oh, she's loved. This is her moment, baby. When this fades into oblivion, which it definitely will in the next week, she is going to fight and kick and scream her way back into anyone's feed. This is her moment, in my humble opinion, as a non-anonymous person saying that.
So yeah, you guys are going to be big stars. What is the end goal of all this?
Oh my God, we don't care.
I'm going to make an example of all of you. That's really all I could hope for. There's those 3 individuals, I'm coming after your shit. But everyone else, I'm just going to make a...
Oh, she's coming after your income. Oh, what a horrible person would do that, trying to come after someone they don't like's income. Oh my God, they deserve it. They really deserve it. Oh, what are you accusing them of doing? Oh, coming after my income. Oh, okay.
Gigantic public example of you.
As I drive down a road.
That's all I can do, so that hopefully people don't end up like you, because we don't need any more of you in the world. They'll suck.
Oh, we don't need any more of you in the world. Okay, that sounds like a threat of violence, perhaps. I don't know. That sounds just as mean and bitchy as anything I saw on the Reddit thread. And they're not influencers. Okay, so that's today's. Let's look at when she was even more riled up. Where did I just put those? Did I make a folder already? I just dragged them somewhere. Why am I so dumb? Oh, I put them on my desktop. Okay, so let's watch some of her again in the car. She's got her spots. Okay, this one's 7 minutes. Okay, we'll just see which one this one is.
So when I don't post for a little while, there's plenty of y'all that send messages and checking in and making sure that I'm okay, which is warranted, I guess, given what's going on. I mean, my own friends and family are doing it as well.
Again, can you stop driving to do this, to announce to people that they should be concerned about you?
I don't know that I was ever really genuinely afraid for my life or my safety throughout this whole time until I outed these people and got the thread taken down, and then realized that there is a handful of these people who are so frighteningly obsessed that I don't know anymore. I don't even feel like this is real.
So the best way to handle that is to out them on a video. I don't think she's afraid for her life at all. And if anyone should be afraid for their lives, is the people she just outed, because Brianna has admitted she has possession of a weapon, a firearm, in which she has contemplated using for violent behaviors against herself. But she is obviously very affected by this. And now she knows the city they're in, their last names. She's threatening them with lawsuits and such. Those people should be afraid. Honestly, more than she should be afraid, in my opinion.
You know, I am scared. And I've been scared for a really long time. Not as scared as I am now, but it's just one of these things where I think about just getting fired from these jobs and all of this stuff, and just having people make podcasts about this fucking thread and just treat it like it's nothing. And I'm I feel like I was yelling at the top of my lungs to so many people, I'm scared.
There's no tears there. I gotta wipe them.
It's so
Sorry,
weird.
Joe.
And people keep saying wow, I've never seen something like this to this degree from complete strangers. And I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse. So I don't know. I have no idea if I really need to be, but I am. It's just hard because in the beginning of all this,
the only people who should be terrified are the people on the roads right now in real time, and then any dogs running nearby.
I so clearly remember being well, they wouldn't go that far. This is bad, but they wouldn't go that far. And then they did. And then it's the next, well, they wouldn't go that far.
They could say the same thing about you. Exactly the same thing.
And then they did. So I no longer know what these people's end game is. And they've proven to be so mentally deranged. And honestly, I have never experienced people like this. I didn't even know they really existed, but these people are crazy, psychotic, and they're obsessed with me. And
the only person who can be obsessed with me are people who love me and me.
And when you boil that down, that's terrifying. This is terrifying, and it has to be said. And I will.
It's if you're really scared though, really, why would you be posting publicly still? It just doesn't equate to me. If I was scared for my life, I wouldn't be posting at all. I'd be off the internet, hiding out. I'd be writing my book quietly in a cove. But yet she's driving on the highway talking about her feelings. I don't think that speaks and screams to me scared for my life person.
Fucking saying it. I don't care if you were in that thread just scrolling through and liking
one of their comments, liking one of the nasty things that they said. I don't care if you clicked one fucking button on that website one time. You are responsible for this as well.
So no one's safe here, okay? If you scrolled by and happened to see this thread existed, you're responsible for her trauma, okay? That sounds reasonable to me.
You don't know who you're actually talking to. Y'all have said it before. You don't know who each other are. How do you know? You might be in there snarking or just wanting to talk, and you could be emboldening someone who maybe isn't afraid to be violent, or maybe is.
That's what you're doing by putting people's names and fucking career paths and what their full name is. Don't you so you do understand. So when the law comes after you, which they won't, but if they did, if there was a lawsuit in the opposite direction towards her, who is now the aggressor in this case, that's exactly what you're doing. You can't 300,000 people on the internet. You don't know what they are capable of doing either. Lady, no one's exposed anything about you. They've just talked about what you've already exposed about yourself.
Isn't afraid to show up at the address that you fucking shared with them, Aaron McGibbon from Oregon.
Sorry. It was already out there. That's one of the doxers, or not, no, that was when she doxed.
All this to say,
sorry, forgot that was there.
I'm tired. I'm having a sad day, and I'm very tired. It's exhausting to have to be strong all the time.
Hold on, that deserves one. I'm so strong. It's so hard to be so meaty and muscular.
But yeah, I got a message late last night from one of these people. And it's like they've kind of moved into like psychological torture. That's the only way I can describe it.
Were they waterboarding you at your house? Like, what is the psychological torture?
Go into more detail about that at some point, because I really think it needs to be said how low these people are willing to go. So yeah, I'm gonna chill for a little while.
Thank God.
Hang out with the dogs. But thank you guys so much for checking in. You know, I was thinking about my nephew this morning. He's 10, kind of classic school age where kids start getting mean because they have parents like these Reddit people. God, that makes me so mad how many of them have children. Anyway, I feel like if I were to tell my nephew the lesson that I have learned from all of this, it would be don't ever tell the truth. Never tell the truth, because I told the truth.
2 years later. Oh, never. The lesson here, guys, we can all agree on. Don't tell the truth. That was her demise here. That was her mistake. Telling the truth. She's learned so much. Do exactly what your enemies are doing to you, because that makes it okay and it makes you the hero, and never tell the truth. That's what I've learned so far.
2 years later than I should have, but I told the truth, because that's what we're supposed to do, right? Like, that's what we learn as humans is the right thing to do. And do
Yes, everyone learns. Tell the truth 2 years later after you've collected $100,000. Yes, that is the lesson. That's in the Bible. Influencer 625.
Know what I received in exchange for telling the truth? 2.5 years of mental and emotional torture
That you inflicted upon yourself by continually pursuing to look at the Reddit thread.
So what's the takeaway here? I would say, Wyatt, honey, you never tell the truth. Don't you ever tell the truth, because people are going to want you to suffer for it for the rest of your life.
If you kill somebody in a car accident, hit and run them, baby. Just leave the scene. Otherwise, they're going to put you in jail and make you pay for your crime. How dare they do that? That is my lesson, young Wyatt from this place in this elementary school. He is located at. He told me he didn't like my meatloaf. So his baseball team is named from Ohio, okay?
They're going to believe that you deserve nothing. No happiness, no job, no nothing. No friends.
She also said that 90, remember in the beginning, if you've been here for the last 3 hours, 3.5 hours, oh my God, this is so long, I'm so sorry. That 99.9% of everyone that she has on her page accepted her apology and loves her still. So why we are driving ragefully down the street seems unhinged to me.
No privacy, so don't you ever tell the truth. Lie about everything, right? It's a good lesson. Okay, also, you know I gotta get
You know she said 5 slides ago that she was gonna take a break because she was so emotionally exhausted, and here we are.
When I say these people are like 3 sheets to the wind,
yeah, not like you.
Like, some of them, a lot of them actually, had multiple accounts, and they would talk to themselves via their other account. One girl,
she just ran over a dog.
She would very frequently post her own Instagram handle. Like, oh, I follow this girl and she's so cool. She's like so much better than Brianna, and girl, so embarrassing. Guys,
No. I mean, maybe, but this is 100% more embarrassing.
I have to get this off my chest too. Also, this is basically a preview of the podcast that we're thinking of recording about this whole thing. So if you like ramble.
She can barely speak about this, guys. She is barely holding on to be able to speak about this. It is so hard.
Come on by. But there was a pro skier who had a podcast, or was like on a podcast, talking about Madia snark, this thread, from which you've seen lots of screenshots, right? Like, we get the gist of this thread.
Oh, I stopped recording because we were...
Did it? And he was talking about one thing that had been...
Damn it, I'm sorry. We were driving to the climbing gym, and I think we got there, and I was like, whatever. Because I wasn't even listening to it at this point. I was like, this is too long. This is like the whole drive to the climbing gym. It's like, she'll be succinct. No. We'll never know what happened to the skier that hates her too, I guess. I don't know. Here's one other one. This is more of her in the car. The same van driving. I really thought I was, I watched the video and I had my feelings, but then watching it again and reading it all out loud, I really feel like I am confident now that I can feel the way I sort of immediately felt like something feels wrong about this. But I went in open, and now I feel like, okay, I'm safe to feel the way I feel. Good. I'm glad.
An incredible ending to a story where both sides were in the wrong. Now, I'm kind of assuming, unless this person is a fucking sociopath,
this might be the skiing podcast. Okay, and I also agree. Yeah, an amazing story. Both sides were in the wrong. Yeah, I agree with that. To a degree. She, I think, took it farther than they did. And actually, she's the influencer, so she's the one agreeing to be a public figure. So, if anything, she did more than them, I think. But I could also say, well, they're equal because of, this is a new thing for her to like out them, and they've been talking about her for a while. So, okay, let's even it out. But I agree with that.
He's talking about the loan thing. I have no idea what that is. That has nothing to do with me. And yet, you're tweeting about that whole thread and saying both sides were in the wrong. So I was in the wrong.
You are.
I wish I were shocked, but, a white man gaslighting a woman, victim blaming a woman. Are we surprised? So yeah,
So how dare she, like, I don't know. I don't even know what I care anymore. It's like, yeah, it's cause he's a man. That's why he said that. There's no proof whatsoever. It's like, okay.
And steamed about that one. I tried to reach out to him, sent him an email. Haven't heard back. You know,
emails.
Those men, big talkers on Twitter. So I'm trying to decide what I want to do with that information. Like I said, I want to believe that he was talking about the PPO loans, but it just goes to show you that, like, nobody seemed to care. Nobody seemed to care that it was just like I was a casualty of all of this. Okay, bye for real now. I hope everyone except for Aaron McGibbon from Oregon has a really nice rest of your day.
Oh, guys, don't worry. This is hands-free podcast. This is a hands-free podcast. I got this little magnet, and it's nice for navigation, too. Okay, so you had you were not paying attention to the road. This is not making me feel better at all. You are driving distracted. Okay. By the way, I have no intention of publicly outing that skier, because what happens when you use real name to say things online is that you open up the possibility of a conversation. You can find that person and reach out and explain your sides privately or agree to disagree. And that's why I'm not sharing it, because I can contact this person and see if he understands how hurtful that was, and then just put it to bed right then and there. This is honestly one of the most self-focused people I've ever heard of. Like, this is probably a lot of people's disorder. Like, there's some sort of disorder that makes you so self-obsessed with yourself that you cannot live in a world where people have opinions that are like, you are also in the wrong here. You're a victim and you're also not doing things perfectly, and that is causing you to have to call them and tell them that they're wrong. And then influencing is the perfect, like, horrible job for that person with that disorder to have. You know, it's like, yikes. Like, he had a podcast. He's talking about the situation. Like, I just checked my email. She doesn't email me. I cannot wait to find out what is said about me. I've just talked for 4 hours about this. It's going to be like, people are going to harass me and say that I'm like the craziest psychopath that has ever walked the earth. And I'll have to, like, defend myself, I guess. I don't know. And then someone says, are you going to do the interviews about the online bullying? I sure hope you do. Yes. So this is someone named Katie. I need some cool down from the emotional drama of it all, but I will be supporting Brianna in pursuing some stalkers to the full extent of the law, first of all. Okay, like I said, good luck. Second of all, yes to the interviews, and we're looking into producing a whole podcast so we can drop the wild details we haven't even released yet. Y'all, it's so bananas. It's like a full telenovela. And frankly, this needs to become a Netflix true crime millennial miniseries. I really did not want this to become part of my story, but it is now, so I might as well tell it all the way. I feel like they will do a Netflix series, and you guys are going to be the villains of it. You think you're the heroes. You're going to be the ones that are the subject matter of these people's problems in life and how you've created this whole scenario by yourself. And then she says, perfectly worded by my partner in crime. Freudian slip there. And I remember hearing that y'all were saying, oh, Bree and Katie aren't even friends anymore, when we've literally been scheming and learning all about you guys for the last year plus. Surprise. Okay, here's something I thought is interesting. Here's a meme. Okay, you might be familiar with it. It says, my friend just texted me, this is you, casually dropping. My book was in fact a New York Times bestseller. And when I tell you, I laugh cried. Okay, this is her meme that says, it's so funny that this is me. So are you affected or are you not affected? Like, okay, then she's like, there's my friends. They housed me, held me, promised one day it'll feel like a distant memory. Hold on. And thank you for coming to this drag show with me. Because drag is art, it's joy. And thank you for encouraging me to leave the house and also forcing me to actually sing this song when I really wanted to do was the Ooga Chaka part in the background. He was still worth all of this. He was worth it for me to run over him. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Look who it is. A surprise entrance. And I guess Rosie O'Donnell followed her on Instagram. So I'm interested to hear Rosie O'Donnell's take on this situation. And that's it. That's it. That's the tea. Look at who's here. I would never run over you with a car. And if I did, I would tell the truth in 1 year and 9 months. I would not wait the full 2 years to express myself after collecting my money. Right, Taro? What do you have to say about that? Huh? You want to say something? She says, it's fine. My surgery cost $1 million. My surgery will be $1 million, but no receipts will be given because it's from the fantasy veterinarians. Okay, I'm sorry. I never go this long. That's why I'm like loopy as hell. Right, kitty? Right, kitty? All right. The final thing. We showed the Brittany Dawn one. I wanted to show someone else who's got some haters too. It's our friend. It's our friend who will live forever, Brian Johnson. He apparently has haters, and I'm wondering if it's us, this channel, this community, full of hatred, and we hate everybody, and there's no reason to hate people. He posted this not weird post. Definitely looks like a real person, and this is from 2 days ago. So this is just a full circle about haters and people on the internet and all the people we talk about. They are real people too, okay? If you have a blue check mark and you're making millions of dollars a year and you post your entire life online, so what? Okay, we need to just shove it down our throats, consume it, and smile, okay? To be good people and not to lose our jobs and to be sued for defamation of character. Okay, this is what he says. A colossal amount of hate has been directed my way since Blueprint gained global notoriety. What may be a surprise to them, I love the haters. They always do, of course. Their attempts to tear me down actually thrill me. So much, in fact, that when the first waves of insults were being hurled my way, I gathered up the best singers and shared a Brian Johnson haters starter kit, encouraging them to learn from others and up their game. For 10 dark years of my life, I had the OG hater of chronic depression being my constant guide. Even for it, however, am I grateful. It taught me one of life's most valuable lessons. I am not my thoughts. Lucky us that we exist and have this exquisite opportunity to experience life in all its variety. Like the energy and warmth of the sun's rays, I am opened up and want to feel it all. And then someone said, not sure where some of the negativity even comes from. This experiment has been the coolest thing I've come across in a while. Thanks for doing what you do and being so public and open about it all. And someone says, not all heroes are loved or wear capes. People are so crazy. You're a hero for trying to be younger in your own house and living a life of consuming 500 pills a day and eating slop for lunch. You are a hero in my world. And you know what? It's your right to think that. What the frick do I care? All right, Taro's tired. I'm tired. I'm going to sing my song for the Pancake Breakfast Club. Hey, we're going to sing a country song because we're in the country and we're in my van. Yeah, thank you for joining. I have to take Jenelle out of the thumbnail, update the thumbnail because she was not mentioned in this stream. But she did say she's going after people too. She's done dealing with the haters and she's going after all of the people who have wronged her, including journalists. And she posted the journalists' names. Actually, maybe I can find it quickly now that it's back. Let's see. Let's just do it real quick so I can keep Jenelle, Barbara, Kiefer. Jenelle Evans Reporters, Reddit. So she's mad at everybody and even the Sun, who are journalists. And she's also using the I will hurt myself card. And I'm going to dox you for it. Here's what she says. Now, this is from Teen Mom. If you're not familiar, Teen Mom is a show on MTV where teen girls were
documented on a show called 16 and Pregnant, and then they moved to Teen Mom, which is like a reality show following their lives. There's a lot of them that have become influencers, including Jenelle. And so this is one of the things that she says. You will bully people until they commit suicide, and tag the sun. So that's one thing. And then I think it's the one where she posts their names. I don't know what the sun is supposed to do about you. Like, I don't know. Like, what are you thinking is going to happen here? Like, they're going to arrest the journalists? Like, if they're not thinking clearly, if that's the life they're hoping comes to America, you know, like, oh, you said something I don't like, arrest you. That is called not America. Okay, then she says, I don't know how much longer I can take the bullying from the Sun. They exaggerate everything and anything I post online. I'm afraid to be myself to anyone. If anyone has any more information, they can DM me on here or Instagram. I need these writers' information for legal purposes. And then tags them all or puts their names and then puts their Instagram accounts, like links them, and says, watch out for these 3 snakes. Found 3 out of 5 reporters so far. Looks like they all live in the US and work for the Sun. They are constantly writing horrible articles about my children, comments that don't exist, and make fun of anything I do. They are all opinion-based articles, and you can tell by the vibe. They hate me every time they write something. And it says, are they ruining your OnlyFans page? If not, don't worry about them. It says, and my kids are old enough to read this every day. No, it's just about my mental health at this point. Bleedy shame when it impacts the kids. Wish you and your family all the best. Sending love and hugs to you all. How about you take your kids off the internet too? If you really want to protect them, take them off the internet. She posts them all the time. So, okay. I know it sucks when you make stuff public information and it's your fault. They gave it away. They need to be careful posting about my family and my kids. Who is posting those pictures? You are first. You're posting them to your public Instagram, and then they're taking it and writing a caption and putting an article about who you are and why it's weird or whatever you're doing. I'm not saying it's great. I'm sure it's horrible for her mental health. But why are you posting the pictures publicly? Because you want the money and you don't want to get a job that's not on the internet. Sorry. You're making choices. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, do you want everyone's freedoms to be taken away? No. Okay, then shut up. Like, I don't know. Ironically, shut up. Do you want everyone to be silenced? No, then shut up. The irony. That's funny. Okay, then says they need to be careful. Well, then maybe they shouldn't have made it public information on their part. Okay, why don't you have your husband stop giving them something to write about? Yeah, her husband's also like posting, controversial stuff about, whatever. If they didn't want to be seen, they would have hid their location, buddy. Okay, I guess. But a same thing, again, could be said to you. If you don't want to be talked about, why are you posting on the internet? Let's bully kids. Is that what you're saying? She isn't doxing anyone. Everything she said is public knowledge. If they don't want people to know they exist, then they shouldn't have social media accounts. I mean, I guess sort of fair, I suppose. Anyways, that's Jenelle. So she's also jumping on board. Let's dox everyone who makes articles. And I guess in that case, as a journalist, you sort of are not a public figure influencer, but like you have a public persona. So, and you put your name on your articles. But like, what is she hoping is done there? I'm going to legally sue them? Like, I just don't understand the thought process. And then posting it on your Instagram to rile people up to what? Send them hate? Like, again, it's just a back and forth forever, never ending cycle. So anyways, that's that. Now she can remain in the thumbnail. Thank you, everybody. I am going to now sing. So apologies in advance. Goodbye. Thank you for joining me. Very fun. No announcements to make. More videos coming soon. Goodbye. Rainy Cannon, what you planning? Don't share my address on the internet, please. Starry nights, don't even think twice about saying something about me that I don't approve of, because I'll report you to the police. Nicole Hensley, she drives a Bentley
Her license plate is XZY149. I'm just saying, just putting it out there for anyone to do whatever they want with that. I'm totally sane. Nicole Campbell. What a crazy scandal. An influencer isn't liked. And Charlotte. Are you a harlot? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna be sued for saying that. Angela Arnold doesn't get startled by people posting things on the internet. And Marley Hannon. Her name's not Shannon. Shannon from Utah specifically. Her address is 123A Consul Road. See you there for the hate parade. And KT. You know, going private on your social media is free. And Joms. Your name could be Tom, but it's not. Or maybe it is. I'm gonna investigate and hire an investigator to find out. Because I need to know. And I'm in the right here, so don't question it. And Tiffany is also free to not go on Reddit and look up your name. And Chels Marie knows that trees grow in the forest. And if they fall, will you hear them? Same thing with the internet. If you don't look, maybe you won't see things about yourself. Just a thought. Alaska Blatundra. We had so much fundra today on the show, watching videos. Hey! And Crystal G. What about me? Love me. You must love me. Okay. Now we're gonna play it again. One more time. Lindsay Walden. She's been calling everybody, telling them to not hire them because they're bad people and they made anonymous comments. Kimberly Casse. She likes to partay. But don't post about it or else you'll lose your Airbnb reservation. And Allison Wonderland 66. Thank you for those members. That was pretty sick. Hey! In a good way. In a cool way. We gotta pick the next emojis. Oh. Thank you again. Kimberly Harris Smiles. Take the van and drive for miles. Make sure to Instagram live the entire time with my eyes not on the road. That's what we like to do here on the show. Kara Soto. Let me take my photo. But if you draw a penis on it, straight to jail. Can't handle it. Louise V. I use free and tree, so I gotta go with the people on the internet are really haters. Can't forget their social security numbers. It's 517439. Go to their house and tell them they're a lion about everything that they said about me. Okay? Darby DeFord, what do you say? I think it's just something that happens. No. Brianna Nicole says, I don't think so. We gotta take them down. expose them around town. Dave Kelly. He's got a peanut butter and jelly, and he's gonna smush it on his face and eat it, and then say, no one can make fun of me for doing this. Even though it is funny, objectively. But no one can say a thing, because that would mean straight to jail. Not Jenna Cash. She's collecting that cash for a crime she committed without telling anyone for 2 years. Ate her alive. But then she told the truth, and it was something that she did. And finally, a cappella, El Cholo's Kid. Nothing that you said will be hid from the eyes of the influencer world that we now all live in. So beware and be scared. Ooh. And on that note, nope. Good night, everybody. See you next time. Toodaloo.